皆さん、帰りなさい。今日は200、260、62日、2日目です。Welcome back, folks. It is day 262. We concluded Unit 66 yesterday, so it is new vocab day. We'll get to discuss clothing again. Here is what type of clothing gets kanji characters. And I could see some phrases that could come out, like maybe some way of describing maybe a little bit more detail when it comes to maybe the fabric of the clothing, like something feels rough or something, as opposed to getting, we got things like short, long, nagai, right? Michigai, michikai. They're not like texture things. We'll see if we get those. Before we do, let's get into our recall, shall we? 始めましょう。What was Unit 66? Unit 65 was belongings. Was it school? It was school. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, maybe it wasn't school. No. Chinese unit. The vocabulary. Oh. Groceries. Not much groceries though. Niku. 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 Tori. Tori niku. Uta. Uta niku. Yu. Yu niku. Sakana. Tamago. Oops. Yes, I. 果物。飴。飴。お菓子。塩。胡椒。胡椒。胡椒。And when I remembered another one. I don't think I have a kanji for it though. No. Not yet. At least kosho. It's not in kanji. Sato. Sato. Ugh. The bottom character constantly so squished. Shoyu. Shoyu. Yeah. Oh, there, Viter. Viter? Santos? Maybe Viter? Where was I? Non-traditional stuff. They include it. Hana? Diamond. Oh. Maybe I didn't sound this out properly. Ankachi. I feel like I'm missing. Definitely missing a kana. Come back to it. We'll go with it. So I remember han, chi. Whatever reason, I think they're the one they use has 5 kana. Nah. Where would the 5th come from? Nah, no, we're good. Which section am I on? Right here. Section 3, 64. I mean, section 3, unit 67. You started the Japanese? I see. Duolingo give you a huge base of Japanese? Well, if you are able to remember everything in the course, unequivocally, yes. The answer is unequivocally yes. If you're talking about base. As far as I know, it covers over 1,300 kanji. 2,600 words plus, possibly, based on how you rearrange them. Most, all of N5 grammar concepts, half of N4 so far, from wherever we are. So if you're able to apply that and remember it and use it, then yeah, I would probably say that. That's a big ask, though. It's a if. Mileage may vary by users' abilities. What is there, though? Yes, it does cover quite a lot. Ankachi. Ankachi. Anything else I wanted to add into this? Oh, no, not really. Okay. Where are we going with this? Lots of things around descriptors. Comparison. Yori and Noho. Ichiban. It's a very long, methodically paced course. The Japanese Duolingo course. Quite methodically paced. Not for everyone, I would say. I think passion for Japanese might actually be quite double-edged. So a vast majority of people don't actually, in my opinion, don't actually have first experience of what is actually in the Duolingo Japanese course. They usually switch off by the if I am conservative, they usually stick with it maybe 3 or 4 months and then move on to something else. You know, on average. The more passionate you are, the more likely you're going to move on. So, definitely explore while you're learning. Find what works for you, right? It is a good base, though. I would say it is a very big base. However, the pacing, how the bass is introduced, and how the choices and order tends to be inversely correlated with how passionate the person is. I think sometimes passion sends people in different directions, right? Often also makes people quite impatient. And youth. Let's not forget youth. Ichiban 近い and some of our roots. Yeah. 安い 安い 高い 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 払う 払う 買う 買う 売る You like to make the lessons because you're learning English, but there comes a time that you make the exercise only to not lose the day streak, and when I started Japanese, I feel more comfortable again. Well, that's lovely to hear. Yeah, keeping the streak alive. Yeah, that is one of the major mechanics of keeping one consistent. It's a very effective strategy, yeah, for the streak thing. It's nice to study Japanese. I'm glad to hear it. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Let me know if any of my English is confusing or not. I guess I use English as one of my primary languages. It's also nice to hear that you're doing 2 different languages, like staggered. I'm doing Chinese and Japanese right now, and I found them to be very wonderful together. So I start with Japanese, and then I end with Chinese each and every day. Arau, rau, kau, kau, uru, okane, okane o. Location. Throw in some. 出口。出口、入り口。入り口。Also have that. 出す。出す。入れる。Describing putting and picking out groceries. Oh, also weight. Kilo. Kilogram. Oops. Kilogramu. Yes. Most everything I do, for as a blanket statement, most of the things I do are non-professional. It's purely out of interest. Yes, no obligations. Yeah, I do not have. I'm currently not doing anything professionally. Kilogramu. Were there additional adjectives? No, not really. I think this is a pretty good list. Counters? Maybe counters. My, do, on. Now we don't need those counters. Just ban. Ban is our only counter. Alright. Are you learning English and Japanese? What about you? What about you, Viter? $65. Unit 65. I'm forgetting what the unit's about. I think it's still about belongings. Tobacco. 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 So. Ikemasen. Oh, I mean like in career wise. Like are you learning English and Japanese? In English? Oh, okay. I'm in that phase that I just understand the videos, but I don't speak so well. Okay. Are these hobbies? Do you whatever you do you need to understand English or Japanese? Maybe like plan on doing something professional in Japan. Tobacco, stew, imasen. Botan. 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 Os. Marui. Hobby 2? Welcome to the Hobby Club. English 2, but you're a student of economics. I want to use the English to improve your academic and professional career. Nice, nice. May I ask how long have you been working on English? Congratulations on getting to a stage where you can passively listen to videos and content. I think that's pretty much where, if I cross that line, is sufficient for me. So I might not be doing language learning for, you know, forever in like this manner. Usually I like to finish a project and then see where it goes. If I reach probably where you feel about English, we'll be doing other things, only in the targeted languages. Usually I play video games and read stories, things like that. Baton, botan, os, marui. Poketo, poketo, 入れる。箱、箱、奥。Near to 1 year. Yeah, you started late because here in Brazil, huh? Brazil don't have a culture people to learn a second language. I can relate to that. I'm from the United States, of course, and not much too. Spanish is actually the second language that I learned first. Although, like most things, it's not very emphasized, so my Spanish is well out of range at the moment. I'll be revisiting Spanish at some later point though. And the studies and the scholar system isn't good. I can imagine. In the United States, it's very similar for a big part of the United States. I grew up in a place that I was able to choose and pursue Spanish for quite a bit of time. No Asian languages though. I didn't grow up in a place with Asian languages outside of my parents. My parents are Chinese. Oku. What are their objects we have? Okay. Wait. One character. Sekken. Scout. No. Arau. Spanish is a little easier for you, similar to Portuguese. Yeah. So I've heard. Yeah. Understandable. Have you also learned Spanish as well? Like any adjacent language to your primary language? The closest thing I have is Spanish, and I don't think I have anything like I'm going to pursue anything outside of that. Spanish will be something down the road after Mandarin. I'm going from the least amount of knowledge to the most amount. So I start with Japanese, which is the furthest away. Chinese, my family is Chinese. And Spanish is actually revisiting my college and high school years. And then I speak English, of course. I do speak a dialect of Mandarin, so that's why Mandarin or Chinese is less familiar to me than Spanish. And growing up in the United States, Spanish is more common to hear when you're out in the city and whatnot than Mandarin. And Japanese is non-existent, really. By chance. Like, if you want to bump into people by chance, it's pretty non-existent. Obviously, we're not talking about the internet here. The internet is a little different story. Oh, there's Sub-Zero. Howdy, howdy. In Brazil, we talk Portuguese. So it's easy for you to know the difference. Some false cognates that you have to be careful. Yeah. I think that's relatively true with other languages and within a language too. There are false cognates in English alone. Like within English, there are false cognates as well. In the Chinese language, there are a lot of dialects, so there are false cognates within the Chinese language. I'm mentioning these things because it's kind of sort of similar to the relationship between Spanish and Portuguese. The Chinese dialects vary that much as well between Mandarin and its 200 plus dialects. There are false cognates between them. So you could end up saying something very, very weird or non-existent. The dialect that I speak is Fujonese, and it is almost entirely unintelligible from its parental Mandarin. Funny enough, if you ever are interested in learning Mandarin, like the standardized Mandarin, and you're already learning, like if you're doing Japanese, there are false cognates between Japanese and Chinese as well, which makes for a really fun way to learn. It's like that Chinese poem that have one word and a lot of meanings. Yeah. I know you're like starting Japanese. Maybe in a year or two, it would be really fun to see what you think of like this particular language. And I wouldn't be surprised if you'll find that Chinese can be a little bit approachable too, because if you get used to this type of characterization and this type of writing, it's very much associated with Chinese. And the whole like comparing cognates and writing, it becomes a fun thing as opposed to, I don't think being worried about different languages having the same character with different meanings or stuff. That's kind of like the fun part about language. You compare and contrast all the time, and it makes remembering quite enjoyable. It's like a puzzle game. It's like, does this mean the same as this, or does it mean something different? They look similar. Sometimes they look identical, and what do they mean? I think that's the most fun part so far in these like several hundred days of language learning, especially talking to other people who may only know Japanese or may only know Chinese or are interested in both. It's probably where I spend most of the time yapping about, along with like culture and whatnot. Interestingly enough, related to you, my experience with Japanese, like people who find me learning Japanese around like this time zone, are from Brazil. Like the vast majority outside of the United States are from Brazil. And they do tell me a lot about Portuguese. I did meet someone from Paraguay and Uruguay as well. So that was interesting. No Argentinians though. The origin of Mandarin and Japanese come to the same beginning, equal to Portuguese and Spanish, has become a blend. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Yeah, the relationship is very similar to that. Yeah, it's quite similar. It's to the point where their writing systems, part of their writing systems, like these characters, a vast majority of these characters mean something in Chinese. Yeah, so it's fun guessing. Like for example, this character, I got a good example. I'll probably see these characters at some point. So this character is Anzen. Anzen means safety to some extent. And then Anquan also means safety. So Anquan, Anzen, and they're written exactly the same. And I would say about the foundations, maybe 30% of the time, this is probably the case. If not, one of the characters share some relationship between the two languages. So it's a lot of fun to find surprising relationships between them. Or I think one of the more interesting things are, you know how like sometimes maybe Portuguese calls something and it makes sense, and then Spanish just like, oh well, we'll say it this way, and like, oh, that makes sense too. Like how British English might call, I don't know, like a trash can, which a trash can is more Americanized. So, but the thing that they use, rubbish, like a rubbish bin or something, these aren't great examples because I don't actually know British English that well, but like a rubbish bin or something, like, oh yeah, this makes sense too. So both. If you want to call it a trash can, sure. If you want to call it a rubbish bin, that's fine. I could choose a cognate that is that could be misconstrued, but let's not go there. I'll throw one in. Fanny. And I don't even know how it's spelled, but Fanny. Fanny is probably a good one between like British English and American English. And I'm not thinking about that type of Fanny. I'm thinking about a fanny pack. But early on, like when I was maybe in my teenage years, you know, these things were kind of a thing. Fanny pack is the things that go around your waist, but the word fanny can get a little few giggles depending on who you talk to. Right, Sub-Zero? Sorry, there's someone that hangs out that I've become accustomed to speaking to. This guy's a Norwegian representative. So we like to banter about language. I think if you're learning a language and you're not smiling, right? If you're not smiling when you're doing a hobby, I don't want to tell you you're doing it wrong. I like to believe that when you're doing a hobby, sometime around the line, you're going to smile about it, because it's hard for me to believe that someone chooses to do a hobby and they don't enjoy it enough to smile in their own way. Not like literally smile, but show that you're enjoying it. We try our best here. We try our best to keep it consistent. The fun and smiling factor. If you're not a smiling person, you know, smiling inside. Okay. So where are we at with this? 65. Do we have any other archetypical things? Kami? Kami. Kami iru. Had an expression. Nitsu. Not nitsu. Futatsu. Futatsu ni. Oh, that sounded dirty when I said nitsu. Futatsu. Let's get some things we can describe as well. Michi. Michi. Oops. Ashi. Osoi. Indeed, it is quite important. At least I feel, you know, I'm not gonna speak for everyone else, but for myself, top five elements of language learning as a hobby. So, I want to be very specific about that. If you're choosing to language learn as a hobby, easily top 5 important elements to keep yourself consistent. Losing sight of the enjoyment may make language learning become more of an obligation, and that obligation makes it into something else that isn't a hobby, in my opinion. Oh, which by the way is Up-Zero. I've realized that I now kind of know why I strayed away from watching competitive reality television like that. Personally, I don't like the idea of judging in general when it comes to like those things. I get that people get excited about winners and losers, but nowadays, that type of like entertainment is like becoming less and less relevant to me. As in, like, I don't like the idea of building up people's appearance and stories only to spend 90% of the time watching most of them lose, right? And yes, you could say, well, they don't lose, they get like publicity and whatnot and stuff. It's like, that's true. However, the show Culinary Class Wars does not present it that way. It is very highly regarded and tense because it's deliberately done to be cutthroat. It's very different from like a program like, I don't know, Master Chef Kids or something, where the sentiment is you might have lost the competition, but you're going home a winner, right? So the way it's presented now, it's obviously the other way, and people like that. I mean, it's obviously very popular and well regarded, largely because that reflects some of the trendy behavior. For myself, obviously, I'm language learning, so the first thing I do is I push back on competition. right? Competitive process. And that watching Culinary Class Wars really does remind me of that. Like, yikes. So when it comes to rooting, I think it's more like mitigated damage control over and over again. So it's kind of like a bit heartbreaking every time someone goes home. That clouds most of the experience for me when I'm watching those shows, as opposed to watching who makes it to the end. Hello there, Bad Ladder. Hello. So that's kind of a tough thing. I think at one point I really enjoyed those kind of things, and then now I'm more interested in all the vignettes of all the contestants. So whenever a contestant goes home in a competitive show, you leave yourself wondering, what if, right? What if? Constantly what if. So when a show builds around that tension about elitism, right? It is effectively classing up elitism. That makes it for a interesting social piece. Like, that show is very popular, it's very well regarded. That tells me that the audience of today are interested in that type of thing, which confirms and reaffirms my suspicions that the hyper algorithmic driven nature of the internet and so forth tend to still favor that mentality. And you know, what do we talk about here? Quite vigorously the opposite, where to counter that force of hyper objectivity and elitism masked in objectivity, as in like, oh, I'm only judging the taste kind of thing. Behaviorism is behaviorism. The competitive process brings out a different aspect, right? So I'm like on episode 4 now. So I actually watched another episode since your vigorous passion talking about Culinary Class Wars. I couldn't resist, right? Passion is very palpable for me. So I watched another episode. We're almost there. Oh, we're almost there. Now we're doing the 2020, the white spoons, black spoons thing. It's interesting. It's good to know what is still popular. Let's see, Hoshi. How are you doing, Bad Ladder? You like it so far, though? I like it. But I like it because you like it, you know? It's difficult to know what I like these. I think it's good. It tells I learned something. So I think unfortunately asking me if I like it is very very uninformative. You're probably gonna have to, if I talk a lot about it, then I probably like it. I mean, I watched Borderlands the movie, and I found some redeeming quality in it. So I don't think I don't want to downplay too much, but when I say I like something, I choose to go in liking it because I know someone else likes it, and then I find the most redeeming qualities of it, or make like commentary of it. It's very similar to Physical 100 in a sense. I don't know if you have seen that. No, I haven't. That's also a really good Korean show. It's funny you decide to share another Korean show. Huh. Seem to be really into Korean. Why aren't you learning Korean? I think Korean plot weaving in competition has that sort of Korean flair. It's very Korean, in my opinion. The Culinary Class Wars is very Korean. I mentioned Iron Chef because I was referring to Iron Chef Japan. It's a great way to contrast. I mean, they're pretty popular worldwide. I see them on TikTok all the time. Listen, you TikTok, I don't TikTok. So that's something to consider. Yeah, actually, I think Korean media is really good. I like when it comes to competitive things. The last time I watched something was British BBC competition. Largely due to its focus on wholesomeness. You're not a huge Chinese media fan, unfortunately. Well, the problem with Chinese media is you can only get so much Chinese media from China, largely due to like, you know, politics. Japanese media is something interesting too. If you watch Japanese competition, I recently watched an NHK coverage of a bunch of people running up a hill in inflatable dinosaur costumes. That's it. It's a single day. A bunch of people in those inflatable T-Rex costumes running up the hill. That's it. Good old Japanese. You know, those like inflatable, like really large inflatable, like you have minion ones. Just a bunch of people, like hundreds of people running up a hill. Whoever gets up to the top first. Hashtag Japanese media. Yep. There's your average Joes in inflatable T-Rex costumes. Or Osaka entertainment. Lots and lots of slapstick. I don't even know what to call it. I guess like straw man, like straight man, funny guy kind of thing going on. Yeah. This is the first competition thing since what was the last thing I watched? The British Bake Off show. The British Bake Off show. I don't know what it's called. The Greatest British Bake Off show, something like that. Because it was very popular as well. I think most of the competition shows that I have watched largely because someone else is very interested in it, and then I get invested because of that. You should know Sub-Zero. I'm sure you should know the routine by now. Most of my knowledge and foundation and exposure is due to the interest of others. I like things because other people like them. I've already mentioned things here and there of my own personal viewing pleasures. I think the closest person that knows that is Fictitious. I watch human condition pieces. So things about depression, overcoming adversity, heartbreak, coming of age, his and her circumstances, modern life living, and post-apocalyptic. No, like dystopian pieces most of the time, and then documentaries. So my personal things, not very common. It's not very like a common thing that people would be interested in. I do mention them, and then when I mention them, I don't think many people take up the you know, the enthusiasm. I think typically nowadays my interests are your interest. So the more passionate you are about it, the more likely I'm going to indulge myself in the topical interest. I think that's worth saying. So if you like the show, I will probably like the show. If you will like briefly mention something and don't show me you care about it, then I'm probably disinterested too. You'll probably know if I think you're disinterested. Like someone coming by and saying, "Oh yeah, you know, Anki's great," and then leaves. Then I don't care about Anki. That's pretty much it. Like if your investment is equivalent to my reciprocation. So if you're incredibly enthusiastic about it, I am incredibly enthusiastic about it. reading people, right? We talked about this yesterday about being able to gauge people. So I like using that. I'm well aware that statistically the things that I'm interested in are not popular. So I typically don't voluntarily share them too often. Like learning Japanese and Chinese together, that's actually quite unpopular. Now that I started looking into some like general polls and stuff, yeah, Chinese and Japanese don't mix very often. You think on the surface level, the things I said about like Hanzi and Kanji, generally no. It's almost like a pecking order a lot of times. Where like someone, it's more common if you're a Japanese enthusiast to sideline other languages, especially ones that are comparable. So whenever like a discussion comes up where a Chinese program or a Japanese program, if someone is interested in Japanese programming, they would do a double standard. They would highlight most of the things they enjoy about the Japanese program and say how it's absent in Chinese program. There are not enough representations outside of China that I could comfortably say the reverse is true at the moment. Yeah, kind of like whenever someone hears an American English speaker and assume that they are geologically challenged and do not understand other languages. I think that is a very common one. Especially against literal evidence that the other person is likely to be from more than one cultural background, right? I have my fair share of people who challenges my real authenticity of having Chinese parents, right? Because I speak American English. That kind of thing. Very interesting. That's what I'm learning anyways. Oh, and I guess you watched Squid Game, right? Sub-Zero? That's kind of what I thought Culinary Class Wars was, with a title like that. But it turned like that. That's why I thought it was kind of refreshing that you ended up choosing a reality television competitive thing as opposed to a Korean-based dramatization like Squid Game. I was expecting no, real talk. Have you seen the anime, maybe like one season of Food Wars? I was expecting like rocket ships and like outrageous things. Like I was expecting like a dramatization, you know, like a story narrative dramatization. But no, it's a straight up cooking competition. It's very neat, actually. Very neat. I would be floored if it was like a coding competition. Actually, like a televised popular coding competition that I would like to see someone pull off, like from a production standpoint. Have you watched oh, here's one. Have you watched what is it called now? It's kind of trendy. I know you use TikTok. I don't, but I think it's trendy on TikTok. The robot battle things. What is it called? There's a super trendy one right now where people battle bots. Like it's not battle bots, which was the like old school when I was young programming. But there's a new kid on the block that's quite popular. I think that's pretty entertaining to watch too. Not much commentary, like the commentary is okay and whatnot. But watching people make mechanical little bots taking each other out, and when it happens, it's kind of wholesome because they're all really just in it for the destruction, right? It's not a thing where like it's cutthroat in the sense of, oh yeah, here are the standards, you didn't make the cut, sorry. So in a way, that's why Culinary Class Wars comes off as more cutthroat to me, where I understand that in that culture, or actually I understand that in the internet culture, that stuff is very great. You slurp it up. Here, the things that we're talking about here often focuses on individualism and self-improvement, right? It's quite literally the opposite attitude when you're watching a show like Culinary Class War. You are upholding a standard. Occasionally the judges here and there would say something that deals with exuding one's individuality in the stuff, but the way the criteria and stuff is like presented, it's based on merit. It's a meritocracy. So meritocracy is a very familiar place for someone who, at least for myself, who grew up under an Asian household. You know, it's a very strongly meritocratic. You know, it's based on merit. And I think that really reflects what you talk about when you're thinking about your school stuff, Sub-Zero. It's a very normalizing force. Right? The difference between you believe you can be good and do well from you did well and you can continue to do well, kind of thing. Alright, let's go back to this. So we have osoi. What else can we define as fuku? Oh, wait. Ooh. No, I've got soy. Oh, usui. Usui. Jisho. Oh. I gotta keep on task today. Jisho. Futoi. 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 Choose 教科書。教科書。教科書。Let's see. Oh, they're VHS. I don't think you'll be able to sleep tonight. Why? You're two energy drinks in and stressing over the decision tomorrow. Did you get a response from your contact? Like, I know you mentioned you tried to contact the other thing. Did you get a response? I know I said I had decided, but I'm going back and forth. There was another factor going into the decision I didn't think about, but now. Oh, see. You haven't sent it? You were gonna send it tomorrow? No time like the present. In this case. I can't believe you're waiting. I thought you sent it yesterday. No regrets. No regrets, Sub-Zero. It's time. Going back and forth. No, you don't want to send it during the weekend? Tell me you're superstitious. Oh, okay. I guess I'll give you a pass. It's not a business day. I'll give you a pass on that. That's fair. That's a fair point. Let's see. I forgot something. Oh yeah, yesterday I forgot. We're doing. This is relevant to our Chinese lesson today. Eko and kanari. I don't think this is the one with the nani mo, nani ka, nande mo. Got it right. I think this is fine. So we're leaving chapter 65 behind. We cover the essential stuff. Add a few things here, like ageru and morau. What we studying right now? We're reviewing unit 66 and 65 before we start our lesson, which is today is new vocab day, so unit 67. You just got to past tense adjectives. Nice, very nice. E adjectives, right? Like oishikatta desu. Or I don't know what else they use. Atarashikunai. Oh wait, that's atarashiku. No, atara. Trying to think of something that you would use in a past tense. I guess atarashikatta desu. Atarashikatta desu. Yeah, kata. Omoshiroku. Hiroku. Ah? Kata desu? Kawakatta desu. Yeah. You're gonna need 2 T's. Besides, I want to get the formal offer first, which is supposed to come tomorrow. Oh, I see. Because then I'll know how long you have to respond. See. Also, the information I left out and forgot about is that the big company is in your hometown while the other is in a different city. So the other one, you'll have to use half the salary for rent. That's a big factor. All puns intended. I also realized big company and small company is the wrong description. The small one is Sony. It's just that the other one is super sought after in Norway, so that's why I'm referring to as the big. Oh, okay, so not literally big. I see. In terms of influence. Oh, so the small one is Sony. Well, that changes a lot of things. Wow, you have a habit of making small things into big things and big things into small things. Sub-Zero. The small company is Sony. Oh, that would explain the whole Japanese thing, actually. You did briefly mention that it was an opportunity to learn Japanese. I guess that checks out with Sony. Should you use 2 T's when writing in Doromaji in this case? Probably. If you're used to Romaji. So kawatta. Right, kawatta. Wait. Oh, kawakatta. Yeah. Kawa right here. However, I do not know enough Japanese using Romaji to know what kawakata means. So I don't know what this means. Yeah, I don't know what that means. So it helps that I know it can only be one thing, but I don't actually know what this means in Japanese. Maybe kowa. Do I know any other kowa? No, yeah, I wouldn't know what this means. If I read it, I wouldn't know what it means unless without context. Right, because of the pitch accent, right? It means it was scary. Oh, yeah. Oh. Well, no, it's still it's fine. Oh, yeah, kawaii. I mean, I'm not a pitch accent person. So like I don't have enough practice to know when something's written like this way. Kawakatta, right? Kawakatta. I would probably say it kawakata, and I don't know what that means. And then if I saw this, yeah, I would say kawakatta, and then this would be kawakata. Kawakata is where I would go with first, or kawakata. I hope I didn't say anything inappropriate. Yeah. I can't believe you called Sony a small company, Sub-Zero. How dare you? We're in a Japanese language learning session, and you called Sony a small company. How dare you? Shame on you. That's really funny. Thank you for clarifying. All right, so let me make sure. Yeah, we covered most of the things, right? Yeah, there wasn't much vocabulary from the previous. All right, let's get into describe clothing. Let's get the guidebook. Do we have a grammar point? Nope. So kono jacketto. Kono jacketto wa ne. Here's nagai. What is that? Sleeves. Oh, we can describe parts of clothing. Yeah, we don't have a. That kind of reminds me of yo. Let's see.
このジャケットは袖が長い。
袖。
このジャケットは袖が長い。
Interesting. Sode. Sode ga nagai. Alright, so that's our new vocabulary word. This is actually a new vocabulary word and a new kanji at the same time. Neat. この帽子は私にぴった Interesting. Perfect. ぴったりです。Huh. ぴったり. They didn't went with katakana for perfect. How would you do perfect in katakana? No, it might be perfecto. Yeah, perfecto. Or pitari. I kind of like it. Pitari, yes. この帽子は私にぴったりです。 How is the size? Size wa ikaga desu ka? このシャツの小さいサイズはありますか? Perfecto. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Maybe even. Yeah, probably like ah oh, how you get? It's probably like this. Eh? To. Oh. Or it could be extended. Maybe it's like perfecto. Probably something like this. Perfecto is what I would guess, but having a hiragana word is pretty good too, though. Big names in Norway would be the better comparison, even though Sony is big, it's pretty small office here. That's understandable. The other one scored most sought after company. So it's like Nvidia status, but in Norway. Ah, okay. You know what this reminds me of that you're saying? When I was studying abroad in New Zealand, there was a alcohol beverage called I think it's Tootie, and their slogan was world famous in New Zealand. And I think that captures what you described there. If you get the joke, the English joke here. Yeah, world famous in New Zealand. Yeah. Tootie was an alcoholic beverage, and people, my colleagues and stuff, enjoyed the taste of Tootie when we were in New Zealand. World famous in New Zealand. It's a really good slogan. I really like it. It's a clever use of English. It's a very clever use of English. I think it's super catchy too. Right, drink a Tootie. World famous in New Zealand. Let's see. So nothing there. The Saizu thing is fine. Okay, what do we have here? そのブラウスはとても可愛いですね. Okay. So we got one, sleeves. I hope we get like pants legs or like fabric. Maybe they'll say, oh, maybe I'll learn the word for cotton. Like cotton, polyester. I'm sure polyester is going to end up being katakana, but maybe cotton, linen, or something that deals with more than this is long and shorts and small and big. Maybe. We'll see. Top right in here. You're the smartest in the room when I'm the only one in the room. Exactly. We're on the same page, Sub-Zero. As long as your system doesn't contains an adequate sample pool that you like, which puts you in favor, right? I'm the smartest one in this room right now. Easy clap. You know? Because I'm the only one in this room right now. A person is both first, last, and both a winner and a loser when they're the only ones in the room. You know? You are both first and last at the same time.
閉めません。
閉めません。閉めません. Does this have anything to do with shime in the other way? This is actually new too. 閉めません. Oh, and we have to write this down because predicates aren't stored in Duolingo. So, 閉める? Yes, 閉める. Oh, that's 閉める. No wonder it looks familiar. It's in Shashinko. Yeah, to tie. Ooh, to tie. That's kind of neat. 閉めません. Or to not to tie in this case. 閉めません。
閉めました
閉めました。
閉めます
閉めます。Maybe we'll get necktie again. Necktie, right? Necktie. What else can we tie? Shoelaces? Maybe shoes? Kutsu?
閉めます閉め
Uniform. Oh, we had school uniform before. Like, this is a different type of uniform, but the phrase that has fuku in it.
制服
Seifuku. Yeah, seifuku. We had the hiragana for school uniform. Seifuku. Haven't used it since, so it's been like over 100 days since seifuku showed up. I wonder why they decided for jitensha to be shown as hiragana there. Weird.
制服は灰色です
Hairo. Seifuku wa hairo desu. The uniforms are gray. Moving right along.
短くないです。
Oh, that's short. We haven't gotten short yet, technically. Oh, here's a little plug for Chinese. It's the same character. Duan. Duan is short. So Michiku.
短くないです。
Yeah, Michiku nai desu. Michikaku nai desu. It's michikai, right? Michikaku. I don't know. It is not short. Michikaku nai desu.
このズボンは短くないです。
このズボン。Where's ズボン？このズボンは短くないです。
短くないです。
I see something weird there. Soto with she. Sotoshi?
彼らはみんな制服を着ていました。
彼はみんな制服を It's interesting that they chose to use that way as opposed to みんな this way. Wait, this way? Oh no, it's not. This way. Oh no. Was there a dot in Mina? There's a dot in Mina, right? Pretty sure. That looks better. 彼らはみんな制服を着ています。
彼らはみんな制服を着ていました。
いや、着ていました。着る。いや、着る。そう、一段と着て、一段、着る。Okay. 着ていました。制服。制服を着れらは I guess. Oh, wait. みんな、着れらはみんな。Interesting. So they were all wearing uniforms. I think this kind of deserves a grammar point. So, kirerawa is the topic marker. And then mina kind of functions like door, like tamen door. Interesting.
この本は短いです。
この本は短いです。短いです。Oh, short in that manner. Okay.
犬がネクタイを締めました。
Okay, 締めました。Oh, there's necktie. We got the necktie. Saw that coming, right? 犬がネクタイを締めました。What the heck? What kind of sentences is these? Are like some smart dogs, I tell you. Wait, 犬がネクタイを締めました。the last unit, the dogs sold the dogs sold hats. Now the dog put on a tie. Nice. Oh, that's
締
interesting.
めました。
It's put on as opposed to fasten. Oh, okay. So you could say, oh, it's used in the sense of to wear as opposed to tie or fasten something. I see. Yeah, good boil. Dogs. You can't underestimate them. They even put on neckties for you. Let's just say Japanese dogs are created different. You know, they're built different. They wear ties to greet their owners. Is there a convenience store nearby? Okay.
近く
Oh, this is a review actually, right? 近く I was gonna say 近く
コンビニはありますか
or I was looking for no, but intriguing.
にコンビニはこの
Whoa. These choices do not jive with me.
この
I'm just gonna throw this out there. Oh, okay. So they went with この近くにコンビニはありますか? Right. So they used the この to make it an object, like a something nearby. Something nearby. So they use that as a position for where the convenience store is. Okay. I was gonna use a no chain. So something like 近くの or 近いのコンビニはありますか? To say is there convenience store nearby.
仕事ではネクタイを締めます。
Hachiko wore a tie every day at the station. Hachiko sounds like a really cute name for a dog.
仕事ではネクタイを締めます。
仕事ね。仕事 Where are you? どこですか？
仕事で
ネク
ネクタイを
締め
締めます。 仕事ではネクタイを締めます。
They wanted to mark the job. Yes.
短くないですか？
短くないですか？短くないですか？
シャツを着てネクタイを締めてください。
I do not know the Hachiko story. No idea. That sounds like a pop culture trend. Probably. シャツを切ってネクタイを締めてください。シャツを切って。I guess then is implied. Yeah, I suppose. That comma, I suppose.
私、
私、
制服、2枚、
2枚
締めません。短い。
このパーティーではネクタイを締めてください。
このパーティーではネクタイを締めてください。
短い。制服。話。1分。
締めません。There a convenience store? Okay. So they wanted to do position first.
この近く
この近くには
コンビニ
ありますか？
コンビニ
はありますか？ Hachiko was a real Shiba that went to the station every day to greet his owner coming back from work. One day, the owner died, and Hachiko stayed at the station waiting years until he died. There was a statue of him. Ah, okay. Oh, that particular Hachiko. Yeah. I did see the Shiba statue, so that's the story behind it, huh? I see. I didn't realize that's the name of the dog. Yeah, no, never mind. I've heard of that story. I did not think of the I didn't remember the name of the dog. Also, that is also, by the way, a synopsis of a Futurama episode. Actually, multiple Futurama episodes. In fact, that dog got fossilized. Fry's dog got fossilized by the incoming Armageddon, resurrected through a defossilization process, and then died again. That's also a yeah, that's also a synopsis of Fry's dog. Yeah, classic episode. Oh, it kind of they brought it back a couple of times, man. Yeah, the loyalty of a dog. Yeah, you gotta love it. It's very palpable.
半袖
한소 ne 한소 with de. Oh, interesting. 한소대. Interesting. So something about half. We have half. Maybe something dealing with. No, these things are too generalizable. Half something. 한소 desu. Let's see.
半袖
한소대.
半袖半袖
ベ
Okay.
ルト
Berito is a returning thing. We have Z-shaped belts, of course. Berito.
ベルト
彼は春に半袖を着ます。
Hanso de half sizes, maybe? No, it has nothing to do with Hanso. Oh, wait. Oh, that's the thing for sleeves? Oh, dang.
半袖
Oh, I get it. Short sleeves. Uh-huh. That is kind of cute. So, hold up. So then, if Hansode is a short sleeve, then Sode is sleeve, right? Because it's half sleeve, a short sleeve. That's great. That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So Sode is sleeve, and then Hanso, adding Hanso to shorten the sleeve. これは 春? Yeah. これは春に半袖着ます. Okay. He wears sleeves in the haru. You were predicting crop top? Crop top. That's a good one too. You know what would be funny for crop top? They would put kiru. They would do ki. And then put in like maybe like shirt or something. Like cut. Use cut a crop top. That would be funny. Or you can go like literal and do like this and or and then this ue crop top. You do like ki ue. A cut top. That'd be pretty funny. It's probably not like it's nowhere near this, but I'm having fun with the kanji. Like you use ue for top, and then you get crop top. That would be pretty funny. Okay.
半袖のシャツを見せてください。
Language is so much fun. I totally wasn't paying attention. Hanso something.
半袖のシャツを見せてください。半袖
Hansode. Ise what?
半袖のシャツを見せてください。
Hansode. Oh man, Sode is throwing me off so much.
半袖のシャツを見せてください。の
Oh, シャツ。
シャツ
シャツを見せて
見せて
ください。
ください。
How many languages do I speak or am I learning? Right now, Japanese and Chinese. I speak English, so that's pretty good. And I speak Fujianese. So how many? Probably 4. Say comfortably. I'm not going to say I speak Spanish. And I'm currently not learning Spanish at the moment. I have learned some Spanish. However, we gotta weave it in somewhere. Like, throw it in somewhere. My Spanish is like 3 years of Spanish. However, I'm neither speaking it nor learning it at the moment.
半袖のシャツを見せてください。
半袖のシャツ。半袖のシャツを見せてください。Please show me short sleeve shirts.
カタカナで書いてください。
カタカナで書いてください。Okay. Says no one in the world. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. If I find myself saying that, I'm at my wit's end, possibly. Ah, boy, reading katakana eigo is nightmare fuel.
これは革のベルトです。
これはね。
これは革のベルトです。
革？
これは革のベルトです。
Can't quite make it out. Oh, it is kawa. Okay. これは革のベルトです。A type of belt, huh? Oh yeah, that's right. Kawa. Oh, we finally got kawa for leather. What the heck? Really? It's nowhere near P. Oh wait, maybe it is. No, it's not close enough to P. Nah, that's not even simplified. Yeah. P is part of close to kare. I'm talking about this. P. This also implies leather, but in Chinese. So I'm like relating stuff. So kawa, nah, not even simplified. And I'm saying kare because if you do this, right? Kare. Interesting. Kawa. I mean, that's unassuming. That's a very unassuming thing. What am I gonna do?
書く。
Okay. Now, you can't do that to me. Obviously, in Duolingo, as per usual, when it's standing alone, the read onyomi and kunyomi can be intermixed because you don't it's not distinguishing from what they're using.
革手袋を一組買いました。
So actually, maybe I should look this up. If that is no. Let's see. Oh, that's kind of hard with this. I'm gonna wait. Oh, interesting. I take it back. Kawa. Kawa is also kawa. Neat. So this is also kawa, and it implies like fur. Interesting. So it does hold up to Chinese. So P and kawa is still kawa, but we're using a different kawa. We're using the specific they're using kawa for leather. However, this kawa is also implying fur and pelt as well. Intriguing. What resources other than Duolingo do I use for learning Japanese? For learning? Not really. No other resource. Not really. So everything in the discovery process of learning involves exposure from Duolingo. So if you're saying, is there anything that? Oh, okay. Let me clarify. All the resources I use is related to Duolingo. So, however, I do have other resources. So, like, a dictionary, jisho.org works pretty well. JPDB also works pretty well. There is graded readers. Graded readers are pretty nice. However, I'm using them to practice. So, graded readers I use for practice. So more like 90% practice and 10% learning, or less. And then we consume media. That's still practicing. Graded readers. Graded readers. Or grade readers. I don't know. I keep referring to them as graded readers, but grade readers. Maybe like graded readers. So like some CI every once in a while. What's that? Let me show you. It's quicker if I give you a link to a free resource. This is a free resource. It's where you always say graded readers. Yeah, me too. So that's a free resource, and that's where people get like their, in my opinion, Tadoku is where you get a taste of what graded readers are. And then if you like it, there are other sources that are more like monetarily unfriendly. However, you pay for what you get. So there are other, like Satori Reader is a great step up. However, it's also monetized. So if you really like the idea of graded readers, Tadoku is a great place to sample if it's for you or not. So graded readers are where they're graded, as in they're quantized. So they are graded by levels, and you find your level. So you start from the baseline, you find where you're like, I understand most of it, but I'm discovering new things. That's where you start. And then you read a bunch of them, and then eventually you'll be like, all of it is comprehensible. Then you go up again, and then you go up, and you slowly build from that manner. It's a very popular approach to language learning that is alternative to SRS, which I would qualify Duolingo loosely as form of SRS. Unless you're using like Wanikani. Wanikani is a great example of SRS. Anki uses an SRS algorithm. Graded reader uses comprehensible input, the idea of comprehensible input. You read slightly outside your comfort zone, so you discover everything based on all the things you are comprehending. And oftentimes context. So graded readers provide an attempt to focus on building a story, and that story provides the context in the way you figure it out. So like for here, I'm using like the context of kanji characters to guess at what the kanji may mean, or make a story around the kanji. In a graded reader situation, they provide the context, like imagery, other words around, and they deliberately write it in a manner in which you're discovering the words from all the words you know. So if a dog keeps staring at a ball and you don't know what the word for ball is, you'll read all the words and like, okay, the only word I don't know is where's the ball, so this word must be ball, and then that's comprehensible input, right? Aside from that, it's kind of like easy listening, or like easy listening vlogs or podcasts uses a similar technique where they will tell you roughly the level of competence, right? Comprehension. And that's kind of, now in terms of graded readers, they do it in the form of a story, like a storybook. So you might have, you might already be doing this. I watch Disney shows, or I watch Disney movies. I'm in like the process of watching a translated Disney movie, and I watch kind of like for kids television a little bit here and there, like educational programs, and that's kind of similar too. So these like educational programs and for kids, they're technically graded, as in they have a target audience in mind and they restrict the vocabulary to a specific amount, and that's the idea behind graded reader. So if you really like that, I think someone who knows a lot of Japanese personally, that like not me but someone else, often the Satori readers, Satori reader, or maybe readers, Satori reader is a service. It's a service that has gotten quite a lot of mention. So if you're like going really into that territory, I think this has come up a lot. Yeah, shout out to that service. Yeah, and the buzzword I feel is, the key word is graded readers. So if you Google, you know, like if one wants to get more resources, I think this is the key word, graded and then something. Or the alternative is comprehensible. Comprehensible input is these are the keywords for this type of like technique or approach. It's a popular one that works for a lot of people, or a significant number of people. So next to our you know, Duolingos and Anki and stuff, which is SRS. So I feel it's great to have that in your back pocket somewhere to try out. It might not work for you, obviously, so you gotta give it a try. And Tadoku is free, so definitely give it a shot. They usually, graded readers come with audio, like someone speaking. Usually they're natural speakers, so if you're concerned about natural speaking, most of them come with audio tracks. They have read-alongs, right? And then the texts are reinforced with visuals, so it's aided in the sense of trying to get you comprehensible and figuring out the things. And the whole point of it, a lot of times, is to not go directly to a source of dictation, but learning something based on context clues. So you're learning how to discover a word's meaning and not going straight to a dictionary, right? And SRS does the kind of the opposite. SRS is, you know it. If you get it wrong, you're immediately told what the right answer is, or you're likely to be reinforced by correcting the behavior over and over again, like immediately. I use Duolingo a little bit of a mix. I don't immediately correct myself. I find that if I make the effort to consistently find out if I'm making errors and stuff, that's usually how it goes. And I spend most of my time guessing at new vocabulary nowadays than actually like hovering. I think you'll find me
買
hovering
いま
like,
した。手袋。
doing this kind of thing like maybe 1% of the time, because you have enough foundation to, even without context, like very little context, you can build the context around, at least in my opinion. The more you do that, the more like, in my opinion, the more likely it'll get internalized. This is compensating, obviously, compensating for something that Duolingo doesn't do, which is to offer longer prompts, bigger context. I like Duolingo, and I understand what it lacks and what it doesn't have. Oh, that system sounds more like your thing? Yeah. The graded readers thing? It works really well. I think a vast majority of people like the approach for graded readers. You feel like that's more in line with how you learned English? Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. It really captures the natural feel of things. So here's the thing, right? My take on this is do both. Do both if you can, right? The more tools, the more different things, it creates motivation in the terms of challenging yourself. So like lots of times I feel like there's an overemphasis on natural learning, as in like, oh, whatever you feel like you're most comfortable with is the best way you learn. To me, that's stylistic learning. And when you're thinking about learning in a modality mode, like very specifically, I'm not saying you're going to go and drop everything you're doing. I want to make sure to temper people's expectation that if SRS is unnatural to you, as in like doing Duolingo or Anki is unnatural to you, as if you hold yourself responsible on learning how to become efficient at doing something that you're not used to, that can actually improve or increase the output, largely due to the nature that you're unfamiliar with something and you'll naturally apply to it. Now, that might not be for everyone as well. It is for me. I didn't choose Duolingo because it's the way I naturally learn. Actually, I chose Duolingo for the very opposite. I actually haven't learned things like this in a very long time. So I was interested in how to do it, how to bridge this stuff. Graded readers is something that I would pick up very naturally because it's something I'm very familiar with. Now, with that said, I do a little of both because I believe when one becomes too complacent in the ways they do things, they become less and less engaged in the things they do. And that becomes less and less interesting. And while you might not know, like if you trust the process a lot, there is a chance that you'll get diminished return without knowing it. So for example, oh, you've run so much before and this is the way you run all the time. Then you close yourself off to any form of novelty. And then when you're so used to it, you could be treading in place. Like you can plateau due to not paying attention anymore. You don't, you've done this 1,000 times. What's so interesting about it? As long as I keep doing this, I'll get gains, right? So overall, long story short, I want to emphasize that I'm mentioning graded readers because it's another tool in your back pocket. So when you get tired, like, oh yeah, I've done enough graded reading, throw in some SRS, go grab your Wani Kani. Right? Go grab your Wani Kani. It might not be universal, but I would tell you now that statistically, modal learning in my opinion, and meta-analyses would suggest that modal learning tends to not output as much as a combination approach to learning. I get what you're saying, but your problem with Anki and flashcards is that I feel like it's too much like bashing your head against a wall until it breaks, as opposed to being a smoother process. But I agree with diversing your study. Well, here's the thing. What have you been doing when you were studying Anki, using Anki and flashcards and bashing your head? Because in my opinion, if you only do graded readers, it will feel like bashing your head. At some point, it will get to the point where it feels like you're bashing your head until you get it into your memory. So this is, in my opinion, a chicken or the egg situation. Did you start with Anki and flashcards, and those were your predominant type of studying material? Because most things feel like grind once you do them long enough. Like that is like a human psychological response to repeating repetitious action. So Hadoku, like graded readers, provided that the material is varied, it has less of a chance of being redundant. That's fair enough. However, if the flashcards are presented in different ways, then it itself will not feel like bashing your head as well. However, that's where the objective nature comes in, right? Stories are more dynamic than flashcards initially. When you're thinking about a flashcard, I imagine the vast majority of people view flashcards as their face value. They can only offer what is literally on the flashcard. I, on the other hand, would challenge someone to make each flashcard different. In fact, if each flashcard is made by you and contain a separate story, that in itself will operate like a graded reader. With that said, when you suggest those two comparisons, that's where the apples and oranges fall really, really far from each other's trees. Because the elements of Anki and flashcards do not correspond with the elements of graded readers. So one cannot compare which one is a smoother process per se based on the element of their flashcards, right? Like one's flashcard, if you can bring them closer together, certainly. The way Duolingo works is more along the Anki and flashcard things. So in order to offset the tedium of feeling like I'm learning words isolated, as in like you're bashing your head, right? You want this word to stick. However, the only thing you internalize or try to internalize is the word itself, what it sounds like, and maybe one or two meaning, right? If you make a story around it, then you're doing what graded readers do. Only graded readers are literally giving you the story. There is a pros and cons to graded readers. If you do not relate to the story, and the story is not memorable, and it's not written in an interesting way, then ultimately you spend a disproportionate amount of time bashing your head trying to remember a story that you don't care about. So graded readers can also backfire. That's kind of the nature of the beast, right? How well do you remember a movie you don't care about versus a movie that you do care about? So if you don't care about the flashcards or the words that are on the flashcards, then you are unlikely to care about its contents. I thought about Anki for a while now because lots and lots of Japanese language learners, like, you're either in the Anki gang or you're not in the Anki gang. And I would rebuttal that when someone asks me, oh, I'll get vocabulary way faster if I do a flashcard approach. And my answer to that is, how do you know how I'm going to use Anki? And a lot of times they would say that, well, you know, you just flash the cards and and it's like, well, I don't think that helps me internalize anything, right? If I pick up Anki, I will literally make all my cards from scratch. So I would need a source in which I can make cards. Those cards themselves will tell a story, and those stories will be my own. So stories of your own creation are 100% bona fide relatable to yourself. So this conversation we're having when we're talking about figuring out the kanji, right, the crop top thing, that is a story that we're all sharing, and those stories are going to be more vivid. So if I were to consider a flashcard or Anki style thing, the first thing I probably would stray away from is to download some other person, a stranger's deck that I don't understand. You just think that extra process goes a long way compared to what feels like just reading through the dictionary? Yes, I agree. That's a great slightly overgeneralization. However, you yourself are saying that you can't do the extra processes. You have accepted, in my opinion, you're suggesting that because the processes aren't there, you can't do it. So since Anki doesn't have a story, your flashcards don't have a story, you can't make a story. When the story is provided, you don't have to make the story. So there is an extra process that is forced upon you. As in, here's a story, and that's the extra process. But you're also not doing certain things. When you're reading a great story, you are not constructing a story. So you will not be practicing that. If you take a flashcard and tell yourself, I need to construct a story around this word, you yourself are doing the extra process. You are creating the story to explain a word. That is extra process. So it's very, I want to emphasize this because I think learning has become a prescription where if a thing doesn't literally do it for you, you assume, or one tends to feel like they can't do it for themselves. One, if like, for example, if there aren't 2 extra sentences here to explain the context of this, then it's the deficiency of Duolingo. That's a fact, right? It's a deficiency. However, it doesn't say you can't do the extra process, right? So if it's not there, can you do anything about it? That is your choice. That is within your control. So when I say that, that makes sense that you would prefer that. Yeah, call it something like deliberate learning or something. Yes. Intent, like someone, Kaufman, I think it was Kaufman, Stephen Kaufman. I was reading an interview, like a transcript of a YouTube video of his. I liked his take on it about taking ownership, like taking ownership or something like that to some extent, taking ownership of your learning. And the idea was that the vehicles, like the places of inspiration, like reading a book, reading a dictionary, picking up your tools, your apps, in the long run, being able to take ownership of your reading is untappable, like limitless power. So when it comes to like making, this was in the context of making errors. So for example, he is very conservative on saying this. However, when you're making errors, the idea of making corrections, like how frequently does one make corrections? And the idea is if you're taking ownership, you are doing the extra process of correcting the error. It's different when something is telling you what the error is. So there's a prone to overcorrection, right? And we have to keep in mind the extra processes that you are doing and the processes that you aren't doing. So I asked myself, someone, I think this is the 4th day in a row, I think. You and others asked me, am I only using Duolingo, right? I see Duolingo, I see what it's doing for me, and I see what it's not doing for me. So the things it's not doing for me, I'm doing myself because I use other things. When I stop using Duolingo, the things that other things are doing, I note what they're doing for me and what they don't do. And I do the things that they don't do, largely to complement Duolingo. Because if you know what Duolingo is doing for you, you are not doing those processes. You are not doing them. So what am I not doing here? I'm not constructing this sentence. And so one of the biggest criticisms about SRS, a lot of times, especially Duolingo, is you don't construct sentences. You might be thinking, well, you have these boxes and stuff. It's like, kind of. Yeah, kind of. It's very limited pool. So they already tell you what type of theme it is. And they only give you very specific parts of speech. So you're not actively negotiating tons of vocabulary to construct sentences. So naturally, I agree with most people, Duolingo isn't going to teach you how to construct creative sentences in a context-related way. It's quite literally not doing that. And then the stuff they are doing, they're taking it away from you. These subsets already limit your need to do that stuff. So graded readers, here's a counter argument for graded readers. If you're solely reliant on other things to provide a topic for you, I often encourage people, if you're interested in building stories, eventually to write a story of your own, using a similar approach. Write a story, journal a story with the vocabulary you have, and try to construct a storyboard or a Venn diagram. So at the end of every new chapter, which I'll do today, not that you have to stay around or anything, I always do it in the beginning and at the end. At the end of a new thing, I will try to categorize or storyboard and connect all the vocabulary together. And then after 2 or 3 days, I will add more details from older memory. And I'm constructing. So now I'm constructing something of my own organization and whatnot. And that is something Duo does not do, right? Clearly Duo does not do this. However, graded readers do, which is great. So you can learn from it. You can learn from graded readers how to categorize words and use them to associate them into a story. And then one day, when you're using your flashcards in Anki, make a story out of it using your Japanese that you know. So when I see the word kaimashita, right, or how, I also think of, well, if you're buying, you're also selling, uru. And if you're buying and selling, uru, you're also paying, harau, right? And if you're buying something, what do you use? Okane. So okane o harau, right? Well, okane, how do I express okane? Okane in units, right? N. So now we need to know the character for N. And then how do you quantify N? Yeah, you could use something like 100 yen, right? Ichi, actually, it's probably just 100 yen, right? 100 yen. So you could do something like お金を100円払う, something like that. So that's probably a really, really long story about how I got to this point, I suppose. It is very, very difficult, and I'm gonna emphasize this again, to use one thing and stick with that one thing to compensate, to expect that you will compensate for all of what it would naturally trade off, right? If you convert Anki into a story, it ceased to be a flashcard. It is more than a flashcard. If you take a graded reader and make it into separate catalog of all the words you don't know, it ceases to be a graded reader. It's now a flashcard. So often I find that people enjoy doing multiple things because they end up being inspired to integrate the things. So here's a graded reader approach that I seen some people do, and I do myself. You take the graded reader, and yes, you're supposed to read in the moment whatever you know, right? Don't look at a dictionary, don't do anything. However, you can note it. So what you can take is you can take the things you don't know, relieve your insecurities by placing it into Anki. So if you have a word, it shows up, it's like, oh yeah, this is the word. I don't know it yet. Put it into Anki for your Anki sessions. Right? Sessions. What you can know from what you can work on during the graded reader is that you know the context, know the story behind this unknown word that you stored in Anki. So then when it's time for your Anki session, you're going to use what you learned from your graded reader and contextualize your Anki things. So now, in my opinion, you are doing all the processes that graded readers are doing for you while you're using Anki. And when you're using Anki, you are compensating for all the things in the reverse, the converse. So Duolingo, what I have done for Duolingo is wherever I learn something else elsewhere, I'm trying to bring it in as much to Duolingo, and then vice versa. And then at some point, you're going to need none of those things, right? You're not going to need an SRS or the idea is, since you practice all the extra processes, at some point you're autonomous. So you go out and learn more processes and whatnot, right? Until you build that foundation. And to wrap it all up, like, you know, in a neat bow or something, the type of interaction that I'm talking about here, I'm not simply talking about language learning. I think this is true for most skill building, and that's kind of what that's my bias. I'm partial to this approach. So talking about it also helps, right? Sharing ideas between people also helps. You take their ideas, you try to implement it, sprinkle in your suggestions, right? As long as you can, as long as you're able to do it, pragmatically speaking. So we're assuming time is sufficient, right? Time, resource, accessibility is sufficient. Yeah, deliberate learning. I kind of like that sentence, deliberate learning. Yeah, so I smile a little bit. I kind of smirk a little bit whenever someone asks me, like, are you only using Duolingo, right? And it's tough to say that even from day one, I only use Duolingo. I use my skills. So like the tool does not define the boundaries of a learner. The learner defines the boundaries of the learner. So when someone asks, what are you doing right now? That seems like a very reasonable question that's a little bit bigger. And then asking if you're only doing something, my first inclination is to say that no, I'm not, because Duolingo inspires a lot of things that I need to address. So things that are deficient in the tools that you have, it's good to know. Why does it feel, in my opinion, why does it feel like Anki and flashcard makes you feel like you're running your head through a brick wall? And what can you do about it, right? You can choose to stop using Anki, period. That's a solution. It's deliberate, it's avoidant, right? By finding something better that works for a lot of people. Sometimes I find it very curious if I can turn something into feeling like I'm bashing my head against a wall into something that can entertain me for hundreds of days. And the rest is history, obviously. It's been 262 days. It's a challenge, you know, it's an alternative approach. And I'm genuinely curious how often people find that interesting, right? So I'm doing this social experiment for myself. Yeah, you've been realizing recently that studying really is a skill that you have to develop constantly instead of just grinding mindlessly. Absolutely, VHS. Absolutely. I think you said it in such a more concise way than I have said it. Like, I remember that you still need to be interested in the things you're trying to build, like the skills you build. I think even some of the most skilled people in the world can lose sight of that. And because of the loss of an interest, an active interest in your skill building, grinding away, the moment you use the word grinding in the sense of I'm doing the same thing, you keep your core foundations 80% to 90% of the time, but you gotta keep the grinding at bay, the mindless feeling, the diminished return, right? I look forward to school. Like, I look forward to learning something. You gotta ask yourself, are you looking forward to learning something? It's not I don't necessarily think it has to be exclusively a task in which you expend your emotional stability and interest to gain something. From a hobby standpoint, because we both established that at least I think, yeah, we both established that we're doing this as a hobby. I think perhaps you're the one that asked me about if I'm doing this as a hobby. Oh no, it was Victor. But I'm doing this as a hobby. So we got to clarify, right? If you're doing this as a professional career thing, that will come with different priorities. I don't like grinding my hobbies. And I hope that sharing and constantly talking about these things get people to be excited to want to experiment with their hobbies. I think that experimentation is usually worth the loss in efficiency, the initial loss in efficiency, like the investment forward, right? When you think about efficiency, you're like, oh yeah, but this thing already works. Do I really want to like add one other thing in to slow it down so I get used to it? The thing is, we're talking about the long game here in skill building. If you're doing the thing that you do really, really well and it gets boring, it doesn't make up for all the boredom you're going to get. In fact, I would argue it's harder to see if you're getting bored and you're getting diminished returns over time. It's such a slow, steadiness of complacency versus constantly sprinkling to want to do more, right? To do more. Like every day, or actually every month, I'm going to say roughly every month, I try to sprinkle in something else because I'm greedy with my learning process. I'm greedy with my studies. I want my studies to keep on evolving and changing. And that active investment makes it so that it doesn't feel like a grind. It's not static in its nature. And if it runs out, then there's a good chance that my interest will float somewhere else. When was the last time you heard someone say, well, I'm not getting anywhere with Japanese anymore, so let's go move on to Chinese? Or, yeah, language learning isn't for me anymore. Let's go move on to the next best thing or the next interesting thing, right? So if you want to stay consistent within a skill, I think it is worth forward investing in a habit of making atomic habits, like something that is slowly always upkeeping itself. It's a huge digression, but graded readers, something to add to your tools. Maybe vlogging, translation work. I feel like there's wonderful examples of people who do translation work. And when I mean by translation work, doing like songs, you know, your favorite songs, your favorite thing, and the act of translation. Like finding out, okay, well, I don't know any of these words. Let's go and get 2 books next to each other and let's go scribble it out. That's a different activity. It's a different process, right? And can yield some things. It's to break the tedium. It's holistic. We're talking about holistically now. So you can moderate how much you rely on specific processes. And they'll all, in my opinion, most of them will contribute to your overall proficiency over time. You guess you're half and half. Okay, interesting. Hobby and maybe using it for real one day. Oh, how far are you, by the way? VHS. Yeah. How far are you? This is purely a hobby for me. Okay. The language learning part is purely hobby. How far are you? Sounds so wrong. Sorry, I'm not implying you're pregnant. Heck in Sub-Zero. Stop making my sentences sound my questions sound. Way to point it out, Captain Obvious. How far are you? Jeez. Now I'm gonna have to think about how often I say that. Yeah. So how long have you been studying Japanese, and what is the real thing? For me, to make a disclaimer, learning is what I'm thinking of doing professionally. Like it had been and still is. However, in a different context. I like to say that I'm building up experience and have a professional background or former professional background in getting people to learn things. So I like teaching. Education has always been my as far as I remember, comprehensively, like since I learned how to form concepts, teaching has been my passion. The context itself is irrelevant. I thought maybe science was specifically the thing that governs my interest. However, I later found out that it can be anything. Like the context itself is negligible compared to understanding how to motivate people to learn and critically think and problem solve. I think truly those are the life skills that I like to build experience. That's kind of where we go from. Not too far. You started about half a year ago. Hey, we're like twinsies. And you're struggling with keeping it consistent? Oh. It's kind of therapeutic to have this thing to be dedicated to every day since you have difficulty with that. Ah. May I ask, what is it making it difficult? Is it like a pragmatic thing? If it's a pragmatic thing, that sucks. Like, for example, time, right? Time is a pragmatic thing that it's often out of your control. Maybe like family matters, resources, accessibility, or is it a more of a mental thing? I tend to be very interested in things that people can control, right? And a mental thing is where I would like to say one day I want to do more of that. And this is kind of a social experiment myself. Like getting people to not or try to make people care or like not in like a bad way, like they don't care. Try to like reignite or be a person who's experienced enough to say encouraging things and say things that allow one, like individuals, to self-propagate themselves in terms of learning. Like Heckin Sub-Zero, who hasn't started language learning yet. Kidding. I'm just throwing a jab back at you, Sub-Zero. Take that. It's actually the opposite. You have all the time you want. I see. You just never in your life had to give anything this kind of consistent everyday effort. Oh. Don't worry, you'll catch up, Sub-Zero. I'm waiting. I'm just like... Oh, okay. Oh. Have you, here's my thought immediately. Since we're strangers, right? VHS, we're strangers. You know yourself, hopefully, well better than anyone else, or maybe a close friend can help you with this. Have you, is it because of enthusiasm? Or are you saying the language learning is an exception to that? Like you're not struggling to stay consistent with language learning, or does language learning become more of a struggle? You've always had good grades even though you never study, but that came back to bite you. Oh, I see. I understand. I definitely can empathize with that. I think though, exploring how you slowly develop your studying methods, that can be really rewarding in its own right. Now you're starting to train this imaginary muscle. Yeah. So how are you going about that right now? You did mention Anki. So how are you going about that now? I think having someone who likes listening, or like my thing is often, since I don't know the stranger very well, I often suggest that pulling out a piece of paper or an imaginary piece of paper, taking inventory. Take inventory. What are the how can you best describe the things that cause you to be consistent versus things that you don't, right? So for example, what makes you want to stop something? And try to define that as well as you can. And then all the points for things that like, oh yeah, you gotta wake up and do this because it's awesome, kind of thing. And you take those lists and you kind of like ask yourself, where can you get inspiration on evoking the stuff that works and build from that versus the stuff that don't, right? Getting good grades might be part of it, right? For example, if good grades is a form of motivation to study without actually working on the study process, you can start with a program or an app that feeds you a feedback in grades, right? Something that keeps you on the grade train, and then use that to find out what problems that come up with that. Like, an unforeseeable problem would be something like eventually you'll get to a point where you're going to get a bad grade or an undesirable grade. And then you can decompose that, deconstruct. Okay, so how do I turn a bad grade into a good grade, and then become basically become absorbed into your problem solving of how to get studying to be something at least not mentally draining, right? So that's, you mostly do Duolingo now, but I try to interact with Japanese media, okay, and actively pay attention and absorb things both that I already know and new ones through context. I see. Do you find that exhausting at all? Trying to actively pay attention and then absorb both things you know and new ones through context? I find lately I've been compartmentalizing a little bit of that. So I find a time when I know that I am ready. I'm going to learn and take in new things and going to aim to get new things. And then afterwards, it's my reward. My reward is to do the things that I know. And then that know is where I enter the practice stage. So I have largely kind of, in a way, went from where I'm doing all of the above a lot of times versus a input and output segregation a little bit. So the input is involved in the learning process, and then the output is in the practice. So I practice the things I want to practice, and then during the learning process, I am technically taking in things that I most of the time do not preferentially practice, right? Because you're learning things that you don't remember, right? So typically when you're learning something, it's things that it's not well practiced. Yeah, well practiced. So oftentimes this worked out for me because it can get super exhausting, and exhaustion, in my opinion, can get to boredom. It can get associated with boredom. So like, this is so exhausting, I don't want to do this anymore. And then what happens is, if you're consuming things that you like in the process, those things end up becoming boring or unrewarding. And I have many anecdotal examples of people saying, oh, I can't enjoy, for example, I can't enjoy anime the same way anymore, right? Because, oh no, I won't watch this anime before I can understand it without subtitles. So what happens then is that when you combine output with input, a lot of times, one has to be cognizant that it's not impacting your upkeep, right? One has to keep motivated in order to continue learning. So over time, if you're experiencing increased boredom, maybe due to exhaustion, or feeling like you're always doing the same thing, no matter what your activity is, it's gonna kill you. It's gonna kill your consistency. Like, everything feels exhausting. You're always constantly like, oh man, I don't want to do this anymore. And then you start doing something like, I don't want to watch podcasts anymore. Let's just go and watch some English programming, something. Oh, definitely, especially since you get bored very quickly. Oh, I see. I'm not making great progress, but you're making progress. Yes, that is something to keep in mind for sure. You're making progress. Not even having to entertain the idea of how much progress. And you totally get it, ruining it for yourself. Yeah. So I've been doing this separation a little bit. However, it's like something that is up to the person, right? The person has to decide how much is impacting you. Originally, maybe around like 100 days, I was doing all nonstop. I was nonstop. So whenever I'm learning on Duolingo, then after Duolingo's over, I close the stream, then I hit the grade reader. So I hit the grade reader and I'm still like bringing out my dictionaries and stuff. And after a while, it started chipping at my stamina. So now I have like a separation of the two here. When you're not in a learning mood, enjoy something you can practice. And if you so this is the opportunity, in my opinion. This is how I'm going about it as a form of inspiration, because I have no idea what you're doing clearly at the moment. When I'm doing practice, the practice is discovering and making note of all the things that I like to remember, like the things that I like to do, and noting them so that when I go to learn, I will know what is strong and what I can build around while taking in new information. And the idea is that over time, yes, all the things I learn, I might not be able to practice. However, the things I practice, I know that I can use it to learn more things. And over time, it doesn't feel like I'm always struggling to make more progress. I can use this time to feel like, yeah, I'm not getting as much progress as I think. However, that is balanced with a time where I'm like, oh yeah, okay, well, I know all these words. That's great. Like, why not? Let's continue to make that part of your regimen. I'm gonna be a little hot take here. The hot take, in my opinion, is if you're learning, this is gonna sound really hypocritical out of context, but if you're learning all the time, you're gonna burn out. You're very likely to burn out. What are the symptoms of burnout? Quick boredom, exhaustion, avoidant behavior. Avoidant behavior because you can't no longer do a sustainable thing, right? So it has changed for me, obviously. I was very passionate, and usually, what do you mean by learning all the time? Passionate people, right? Passionate people, no moderation, and you get burnout. I burn out of my career, so without a long story short, investing more than 15 years of my life, burnout. How long it takes, it varies. I gave myself 15 years. It's a little more than that, but yeah. Find ways to entertain yourself. Give graded readers a try though. All right, we're gonna go loop all the way back and say give graded readers a try, right? And then continue looking for new things to try. Japanese games, JP games, video games, that's always nice. Lots of games available. Things that are much more varied. Thank you for the conversation, by the way. It's very nice to stick one of these type of conversations in every session. I actually, the last 3 or 4 days, we've had one of these session, like fun little digressions for the day to give me some energy. Oh, there, Cozy. You're right at the end of another tangent, Cozy. we have some new Japanese enthusiasts. Met some new Japanese enthusiasts. Okay, so do I remember this? Kawa? Yes. Kawa tebukuro. Kawa tebukuro. Isho. That isho? No. Not. It's a counter. I don't remember the counter.
革手袋を一組買いました。
Oh, wait. No, I don't. What's this counter for? Kumi? I actually don't know if I even have this counter. Huh. I think we have a new counter here. Don't worry, Duolingo doesn't highlight everything that's new. Ironically, that's not new either. Wait.
買いました。一組。
Kumi. Class of students. Oh, no, wait. Maybe. Oh, yeah. Set of items. It was available. What was it? It's being used as pairs, but it's more like a group of stuff. Wow. Kumi. We used it for like socks and yeah, this is gloves, right? Yeah, socks. You find watching Japanese streamers like you like is good? Absolutely. Since you can watch games you enjoy and occasionally get some good vocab, that sounds amazing. Yeah, keep on doing that as well. You'll see yourself out, cause I'm doing pretty well. Cozy, how are you? What you call it? That's fantastic. Not only does the game, not only does the game is going to change and vary, the vocabulary is going to change and vary, and you have sentimental investment in the streamer, right? And you'll be able to, in my opinion, with attentive listening, you might be able to pick up their mannerisms, right? The mannerisms. I ultimately end up, a lot of people talked about like pitch accent and whatnot, and my only thought is maybe after a year I will start watching some Japanese streamer that I like, and I will probably end up sounding like them. So whether that's natural or not, that's not the point. I am interested in the things I'm interested in, so I go where my interest lies. So that's kind of a relevant thing a lot of times. Where like, are you concerned about your pitch accent or the way you sound? It's like, well, no, not really, because I know that I will, in my opinion, I will try my best. I can't predict the future, but I'll try my best to stay interested. And if I can find interest, that kind of alleviates all those concerns and worries. I'm glad to hear that you like watching specific Japanese streamers already. Right now I like peek my head into Japanese streamers who are learning English at the moment to make myself like more topical to language learning. I enjoy watching. There's this guy that comes on a little bit before me because of their time zone, I think. And they're learning English, and they're a Japanese speaker. So it's kind of fun watching, because their lesson dictates the range in which the vocabulary is. And since I saw that they're doing like Duolingo and among other things and translating and stuff, it keeps all the vocabulary kind of like relevant to the things. And if I don't know what they're speaking in Japanese, I see that they're trying to translate the thing on screen, right? So that English forms enough context for me to figure out, okay, so that Japanese word could mean this. I know the rest of the Japanese is around it, so that kind of thing. It's quite fun. It's very entertaining, especially if you can find someone who you vibe with, like naturally vibing cross language barriers, in my opinion. So kumi, repair. I bought one pair of. Oh, and by all means, you are welcome. You know, maybe 6 months down the line, 3 months, 2 weeks. I would love to hear. I would love to hear your discoveries along the way. VHS. If you don't already have someone who finds it interesting to listen to you, or you yourself aren't convinced what you're doing is interesting, I think finding a source of that is very, very important, especially if you're doing this self-study wise. Like, alternative source of motivation is to be interested in sharing your story either with yourself or with someone else. If you yourself is lacking in self-perpetuating motivation, having a friend or even a stranger, and then whether they pay attention or not, having the enthusiasm to explain something you discovered or you like about the thing you're doing, it's incredibly self motivating, in my opinion. You might be thinking, oh, it's very uncomfortable to talk about yourselves. Like, I know, I understand that. I don't like to share things that I'm interested in, like unsolicitedly, right? However, finding an environment that you can do that without feeling insecure or what have you, it's priceless. It allows you to have affirmation that the thing you're doing is interesting and other people may be interested in it, right? So during times when you're lacking motivation, there are alternative source of motivation. Like, good job. Like, that sounds amazing. Let me know what becomes of it. Let me know when you found a working solution for your increasing boredom, right? That kind of thing. Tell me about it. I don't necessarily have to reciprocate all of that. The idea is you're practicing the process. You're practicing how to make it so that you care about what you're doing even more than you're already doing. I feel one of the things, I'm a little bit biased. Sorry. Here's a biased advertisement. If you have the enthusiasm to teach someone conservatively the things you've learned as an explain to them, whether it's in a story or in an instructional manner, then there's no doubt that you have the enthusiasm and care for your own self-development. So for me, I sound like a broken record. So if I meet a stranger, if someone comes in every day and says hi, the first thing I'm going to say is, tell me something about your day. And also, secret in between line, sound excited about it, please. It goes in between line. If the person is more detail oriented, then they are enthusiastic about the thing. If they're saying things like, I'm okay, I'm just living on by, or like, it's the grind. It's like, I don't know. Tell me about it. Tell me about why it feels like a grind. These conversations will last probably for the rest of your life, but the ones that you choose to talk about something, right? And obviously I'm not talking about like private information or personal, then like there's an act of intentful participation that can be really habit forming, like breathing. And then there's passive living, passive living, passive conversation, passive everything. What does that look like? Doom scrolling on TikTok. Sorry, TikTok, but TikTok is kind of like the punching bag for this. When you're doom scrolling, heavily relying on parasocial relationships, no one's giving you feedback about your life, right? You're not getting direct feedback or any way of semblance outside of yourself that you are interested in what you're doing every day, right? You don't get up saying, oh yeah, I can't wait to learn 10 more Japanese words today. And you're telling yourself, like, why am I even learning 10? Like, the difference is I look forward to learning more vocabulary words, right? Some people eventually gets up and say, man, I don't even know why I'm learning 10 Japanese words anymore. The answer, in my opinion, should be it makes you feel good. I don't think I'm convinced of that even then when someone tells me that. Like, someone would say something like, oh yeah, I love language learning. And then they proceed to use like the next 30 minutes explaining why it's so annoying and how they want to like never want to do this again about a specific thing about language learning in a truly unironic negative way. And that to me sounds like someone who thinks they like language learning, however spend most of the time having negative thoughts about it. So that I think that's actually more the statistical norm. So if you're bored, tell me about why you're bored. Like, explain to me why you're bored. And even if I don't understand, the act of attempting to explain something that you can't explain, I trust that the person attempting to explain it will eventually get clarity on their own boredom. And that clarity provides adequate visualization and actualization of why it is, and you can address it then, right? Going around telling people and being okay with saying, I'm sad today, and no one asking you, why are you sad today? Can you explain it? Because you should be interested, in my opinion, you should be interested in knowing how to explain why you're sad. A stranger can't possibly ever get enough details to give you advice on how you can not be sad, right? Or they can say, I'm sorry you feel that way, but tell me why you're sad. Try anyways. Even if I don't get it, you probably get it, right? That's kind of thing. You're doing all right. I'm okay. You're having a mood right now, but did some small things. Great, Cozy. What kind of small thing? I'm bored. I don't want to spend the time with myself. I'm sorry to hear. Wait. Oh, you're quoting. Oh, okay. You're yeah. Wait. Are you saying that's what you mean? You don't want to spend time with yourself? I like the way that sounds. Oh, okay. Yeah, that hits really close. Trying to escape this feeling of being half asleep all the time, watching the days go by is one of the things that keeps you going. Yeah, that days. I'm leaning in on the days thing. So I don't want to say it directly because that would be a little bit too presumptuous of me. But being lackadaisical about your everyday life and routine, and it is not, it doesn't improve itself over time. So hopefully you find more things to breathe life into your daily routine. Trying to put effort into something that's not designed to give instant feedback. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And keep you hooked like games and YouTube and stuff. Yeah. I think it is absolutely far more optimistic, especially for a younger person. I'm not sure if you're that much younger than me. It sounds like you might be a younger person. Such an early time. You have so much time on your hands, like in the future, and feeling like that time cannot be valuable without like instant feedback and whatnot can be daunting. It makes it so big, like the mountain is so big the further you look down, that why bother start, right? Why bother starting? That's a really classical one, especially with how the internet can provide instant feedback. Like, for example, you can watch someone literally become fluent in Japanese overnight because you literally see it, but it didn't literally happen. And it can dwarf your perception of your progress. For example, like someone recently told me they spent 6 months learning all their N5 content, right, for JLPT. And the first thing that they told me is like, well, you know, it's not as fast because other people did it in 1 to 2 months. And that is kind of like the that's kind of the warped perception that I feel. My first thought was like, you spent 6 months learning a language? Man, I wonder what else you did with that extra 4 months that the other people didn't do with the extra with the 2 months. Like, consider the idea that 6 months, your 6 months, is not equivalent to their 6 months. You have done 4 months of something else, right? Like, on top of it, it's not generalized to the one thing. So what else did you do in those 6 months that the others couldn't have possibly done in 2 months? Did you breathe? Did you eat something? Did you go out with friends? Did you play video games? All those things are lost, right? Because that ended up in the nebulous nature of serving a purpose. As in, like, you only cared about something, you hyper-focused on it, and the rest of the details of your life has faded away, in my opinion, right? They become second valued, right? I wouldn't give that up. Like, if someone says, oh yeah, you spent a year getting to N5, why did it take you so long? Boy howdy, let me show you why it took me a year. And let me tell you, I can probably tell you 60% of the time I'm probably not doing what you think I'm doing. And because of that, I consistently studied Japanese for a year. Not because I did what you did. And the idea is I was interested in what I'm doing every day. Like, I'm paying attention to what I'm doing every day. I choose to do these things to keep me consistent. So one of the things I want to encourage other people to do is find a source that makes it so that you're interested. The more lackadaisical you become, I don't think that's well equipped for learning yet, right? It's very difficult. Learning like a skill set that has a very long time on it. It's a long journey, and that journey one has to have a mindset of enjoying every step of that journey. It's different from, like, I don't know, playing a narrative game that lasts for 3 hours and all the possibilities are there, so you can encounter all the possibilities in 3 hours. That's fine. You know, those are temporary, right? Those things, and they can provide instant gratification. Having someone tell you that keep on going, man, it's almost priceless. Like, here's a hypothetical challenge. I challenge you to do something for a month and then work up a 1-paragraph summary to tell me what are the best things about that 1 month. And then you can shrink the time to like 3 weeks, to 2 weeks, to 1 week. That's a bit of a stretch. I think most people can get along with 1 week of like lackadaisical thing. The idea is to shrink it down, right? If it's 1 year, if you're starting at 1 year, start at 1 year. right? You can remember like 10 or so good things in a year. Next year, try for 15, try for 30. Even get yourself to think about something that's balanced and retroactive or retrospective every month. Obviously, this isn't about like a competition. This is not a competition. The idea is you're increasing the overall quality of your life, in my opinion, or attempting to, because you're trying to make more and more of your time important to you, regardless of what other people, at least in my opinion. And unfortunately, TikTok, doom scrolling does not validate oneself. It may confirm things that you are suspicious about, but you're not actually performing those processes. Someone is telling you that feedback is giving you what you don't need to do. You don't need to find out what makes you happy. A doom scroll is telling you what makes you happy. There's no like exploration there anymore. At least not in the state that the algorithm is in. They take your first stimuli, right? Your consistent stimuli, your jerk reflex, and then reinforce that reflex so that you don't no longer explore other things. So not only does all your interests and your routine gets narrow and narrower, it also eliminates any form of exploration. So yeah, that's kind of why I like interacting with people as I'm studying. If I was studying, I don't think it would be as incredible. I think I wouldn't have. Actually, I don't think I would have started language learning if it wasn't for Twitch, actually. This is as much to me a social experiment about myself. Actually, it's nearly entirely started as a social experiment about myself before any of this. And now I just love talking about it. Talking about people, talking to people. I like talking about this stuff openly because it's not a personal thing. We're not suggesting it's a personal thing. It's a human condition. I don't want to give you the impression that this is unique. It might downplay some of the unintentional consequences, but this is a human condition in the sense that this happens to the vast majority of human beings. The whole idea of being stuck, spinning a wheel, and openly looking for ways of injecting more life into one's routine. It doesn't help. It's tough when you have an internet that explains to you and shows you all the results of what happens when a lot of other different people start doing things. So why bother do things and experiencing it yourself if you already know the outcome, right? Or at least it's making you look like you know the outcome. I'm still watching this culinary, I was talking about this earlier. I'm still watching this culinary food wars thing because Sub-Zero is a Korean weeb. I'm just kidding. But Sub-Zero really liked this show, and that's all I need. Like, I don't even need to be self-interested. The moment someone says something interesting and they really think it's interesting, I'm interested. Let's go. In fact, Sub-Zero made that also stereotypical response when I said something like, "Oh, you're already watching it?" It's like, well, yeah. No time like the present. If I have time, why don't I invest in something? Little pep Sub-Zero. Why am I like, you're watching it now? I told you that I was gonna watch it. So no time like the present. No sense in dilly-dallying. You touch grass. I went on TikTok for a minute or two and I lost brain cells and I don't use TikTok. It was your first time. Oh, interesting, Cozy. What made you feel like you were losing brain cells, Cozy? If Sub-Zero recommended me a show, I'll probably watch it ASAP too. If if I recommended a show to myself, I'd probably watch it last. Real talk. It's not as interesting. Like I have this thing where if you like Imposter Syndrome, if only I can telepathically demonstrate to you what it's like to be in my head. Like I feel like the compulsion problem that I have is the imposter syndrome, right? Like everything I have feels so much less interesting than someone else has. And no, that's not a healthy mental state. So I'm working on it, right? I stream because I want to sort of remind myself that maybe the things I do can be semi-important, but rarely does it feel like that. If you want someone who is important and influential and still struggle with this, you can go watch John Green. John Green is a great example of someone who consistently do something and have performed and have command great influence. At the same time, that doesn't stop that person from spiraling into feeling like you have no impact or being squashed by something. Actually, Hank Green had a vlog that's very similar due to the nature of like the recent election and stuff, right? So this manic compulsory thing happens all the time. If you feel any ounce of this, the things that I talk about is how I combat it. Like I keep telling myself these things, and you might be thinking, oh yeah, that's like, you know, that's coping and self gaslighting and stuff. It's like, yeah, it is. That's how you control these compulsions. How do you get yourself out of bed thinking that you're worth doing something every day? You gotta keep these compulsions at bay. And doom scrolling doesn't really help with that, right? It reinforces that. So you don't have to be someone who's struggling with OCD or something like that to feel it. If you exaggerate it enough, I think pushing people out of their limits will have considerable effects. You know, you wake up, you doom scroll, you see all these people doing amazing things, 3 hours go by, and where did your 3 hours go? Somewhere else. And I know I sound like a hypocrite because right now I'm doing the same thing. You guys are here, and I hope to embellish it with something that involves your personal growth, right? I think it is the future, and I hope that maybe that will change. Where like, all right guys, we're not monetized based on how long I can keep you here, you know, doom listening. If you know what I mean. Yeah, I know this is an actual conversation. I hope it doesn't become a dependency, right? I think there was a talk with Dr. Mike, right? Dr. Mike and some other renowned, like, you know, some other guests that's really in the field of psychology do not want to create dependency. The scariest thing I can possibly think about is creating dependency. And the problem with that is YouTube algorithm, the way this field, you know, content creation works is the opposite. It's the opposite right now. So people are incentivized, and it's not it's not intentionally malicious. Since the system is incentivizing how you get paid and monetized by creating that dependency, I think there are people who do it maliciously, obviously, like opportunistically, but not in a direct manner. Like it's business, it's not personal, it's business kind of thing. And we're seeing how we're addressing that now, right? The greater global problem, quote unquote, emergent problem. It wasn't a problem initially because it was not seen. The idea is, how do you balance the current monetization, content creation, business side of things with the overall global health of the consumer, right? Because if all the consumers start experiencing mental health dependency issues, eventually that's going to be the supplier's problem, right? Like they will reap what they sow, but at the same time, everyone loses. So it's like a zero-sum game. Everyone loses, or maybe one person wins and then at the expense of everyone else. So we're not trying to point fingers here. The idea is the current system, it's devastating in both ways, right? If all your viewers suddenly say like, oh yeah, my favorite streamer told me to go touch grass and I really do believe it, and they go touch grass, your viewership tanks. Then the business side of things, like, well, you don't have any engagement, we won't pay you for sponsorships and stuff, you don't have influence, right? It's a really tough, like, well-oiled machine right now, and hopefully it changes in the future. I think dependency is so scary, and dependency comes in a different name when you're thinking about business. What is dependency in a business sense? Consistent viewership. That's dependency in a consistent sense. Not only that, you get metrics on who's a returning viewer and who's a new viewer. You know, all those metrics lead to the idea of, hey, you want to make more money? You want to have more affirmation? Like, you want more influence? Learn to make as many people possible dependent on you. And I'm not saying everyone does this, or everyone intentionally does this. Is that I do feel like overall it's a lose-lose situation with a lot of people. And even the bigger people, right, experts and health experts understand that, do I really want to recommend this product? Yeah, Gamer Fuel. Gamer Fuel is a good example. And Dr. Mike was specifically talking about something else. Like he was mentioning, like, you know, I always ask myself the question, can I really recommend this or something? Because in the end of the day, you're trying to encourage people for self-improvement and self-thought, not to create more dependencies. Okay? Not great. You just spilled chocolate milk all over your desk. Are you for real right now? No. Hopefully your desk is okay, Sub-Zero. Way to break the mood. So here we are again. Here we go, right? I hope, and let's relate it back to Duolingo, right? Duolingo. Yeah, another lesson. Why'd you spill your chocolate milk, huh? You little hippo. So here's a thought, right? Here's a little thought. Maybe there's a way to show that people are happy without disproportionately consuming their life. And you might be thinking, well, the content creator is making out, right? They'll always win. No, as a Twitch streamer, then you're obligated to always be here. You're obligated to inhumanly stream all the time. The content creator themselves no longer touch grass as well. See where I'm going here? Like, I know this sounds a little bit dystopian at the moment, but I don't think this is gonna last for a while. I think humans have a way of sorting out and moderating themselves. But at the current trend, no one's winning, in my opinion. Humans are stressed in both directions. They are engaging in behavior that is absolutely non-sustainable. The ones that made it so far into the future spends every day negotiating, like, okay, I don't have to stream today. I don't have to make this content today. I have to also make sure that encourage everyone else, hey, dude, guys, we're going to take a break. You guys should take a break too, right? Like that kind of thing, right? It's no longer like a workplace. Because of the digital age, time is dilated. It's like constitutively dilated. You're always on. If not, you're given the idea that you're always on, right? You can't sleep and want to sleep You can't wake up and look at the sun and feel like, oh yeah, the sun is great. Although, make sure to take care of your skin. And then, you know, that kind of thing. I don't know where I'm going with this. I think I want to end on a good note. This digression. Do a lot of things. Try to do some new things. Keep the tried and true going. Try some new things. And this applies to most things, in my opinion. Most things, it's a little bit of a generalization, but most things, including language learning. Even though they are bad for you, they'll still think it's good for you and stuff. Yeah. I think it's a bit different now. I'm not saying it's getting worse and worse. It's actually steadying. Like it's mitigating. So now maybe there's gonna be a place where there's a steady state, right? Steady state, and perhaps a little bit of an improvement over time. And what's a life than working at a persistent problem or a persistent modulation of too much of a good thing, too much of a bad thing, etc. Right? Sometimes too much of a good thing becomes too much of a bad thing, and then too much of a bad thing could be good. Like being inefficient. Oh my gosh. That is the tagline. One day, for some people, not everyone, obviously, I'm thinking of a very particular subgroup of people. One day, breathing and spending 1 hour being inefficient may seem like a bad thing, but oh boy, can it be a good thing, right? That kind of thing, where when you can get some of the very particular people that I have encountered to sit, breathe for like 15 minutes, you know, sit down, breathe, you're alive, listen to the sound of your breath for a little bit. Maybe that can help you determine if you're on too much gamer fuel. Sorry, the gamer fuel thing really cuts deep. But, you know, if you're breathing and you're like, your resting heart rate is like 110, it's like maybe scale back the gamer fuel a little bit, you know, that kind of thing. My resting heart rate is like 66. So I kind of check every once what my resting heart rate is. It's around 60. In case anyone wants to know. And my target heart rate generally, like when I'm doing stuff, is like 120, 130. So there you go.
彼女は秋に長袖を着ます。
Yours is 0? Oh boy. You might want to get that checked.
彼女は秋に長袖を着ます。
彼女は秋にYou're dead. Oh, what is this? Nagai? Oh, long sleeve. Nagai. Ah.
長袖。
So they just do naga instead of nigi. Okay, naga. That's good. Long sleeves. Naga. What was this? Sode? Naga sode.
彼女は長袖。
Yeah, nagasode o kimasu. Alright, we're definitely completing our lesson today, though. We're definitely completing our lesson today. I like this. I get to learn what a sleeve is. So, sode.
このジャケットは袖が長い。
Okay, I see what they did there. They used a turner phrase. So now they're describing a sleeve that is long as opposed to saying a long sleeve shirt. Fair enough. Oh, or a long sleeve thing. このジャケットは袖? Yeah. 袖が長い。Sure. The sleeves of jacket are long. I don't know what my resting heart rate is because I don't rest. Oh, listen, Sub-Zero, don't make me. No, that's inappropriate. Don't make me I don't know. Don't make me trank you. Virtual trank you. How's your chocolate milk disaster? Is it okay? You drink chocolate milk. That's interesting. I have like a long story or digression about lactose intolerance, but
その緑色のジャケットは袖が短い。
we'll save that for another day. I heard
その
sono jaqueto.
マレーシジャケット
jaqueto no maybe sode?
袖
sode
は
は
短い。
短いです。or
はが
が短いか no?
その緑色のジャケットは袖が短い。
Oh, midori. Okay,
緑色
緑色
の
のジャケット oh wait. No again? Wait,
は
wa.
その緑色のジャケットは袖が短い。
Yeah. 袖
その緑色のジャケットは袖が短い。その緑色のジャケットは袖が短い。
Okay, that's fine. Wait, I'm lactose intolerant? Most adults are lactose intolerant. Got a milkshake today, but your probs lactose. I jinxed. I do have some limit. I do have some extent of lactose intolerance. The long story short. Here's a long story short. Lactose or lactase is actually the special case. Lactose intolerance or extent of intolerance. You know, lactose intolerance as in like the scale, the spectrum of lactose intolerance is normal. I hope people know that. I don't know if I feel this is a conventional knowledge. The deep cut here is I think this is a conventional misconception about lactose intolerance. As you become older, you do not need lactase. Because think about where your nutrients come. The lactase is largely due to the idea of breastfeeding. Right. So inherently, while other people may vary the extent of lactose intolerance, like Asian groups tend to have perhaps a perceived increased severity. Generally speaking, lactose intolerance happens as one ages. Because adults do not need breast milk. Back in the day, though, I'd be chucking milkshakes, though. Oh, I totally be chucking milkshakes back. Nowadays, I do be diluting that milkshake with like potato products or some sort of fiber so I don't get the bubblies. Whenever I think about a milkshake, my stomach is like, my microflora in my stomach is saying, dude, please, we don't want gas in this house, please. It just immediately starts bubbling and like, ooh, I already know what that bubbly feels like. You're not lactose intolerant, but you often drink almond milk instead anyway because you like it? Okay. You drink so much milk. Let me see. You would drink 3 liters at once. Whoa. You used to be able to do it, but dang, it's hard now. Yeah. I thought I shared that little. It is actually very common for adults to decrease the expression of lactase because milk is actually not a very common thing. Like we're talking about the lactase expression due to child rearing. And then following adulthood, like, do you think it's normal for Do you think it's normal for people to say like, oh yeah, we were totally drinking a substitute milk from cattle before the dawn of, like, you know, modernization, right? The way we're processing food now. Like, in my opinion, I know I'm gonna say the E word, but genetic drift, you know, evolution or selection in that way does not work that quickly. So yeah, it's actually far more normal for people to increasingly become lactose intolerant, as in not intolerance as a 0 or 1 state, but varying degrees. Intolerance goes up as one ages. And I get the bubblies. Whenever someone talks about chocolate milk, oof, I would love a cup of chocolate milk. But if it's like cattle derived milk, all I can think about is my stomach is going to be quite bloated. Not to the extent of like full accident, you know. I get gas.
長袖のジャケットが欲しいです。
Oh, you use lactase. Okay, milk is gone to crab now unless it gets it directly from the cow. Oh, I see. I've never heard someone say milk ain't like it used to be. Oh, cozy. Milk is gone to crab now unless it gets directly from the cow. Dang. There is lactose-free milk, you know? More processing, but... sorry. Okay. We really gotta focus now. Naga what? Yeah. Naga sode. Naga sode no jacket ga hoshii desu. Please fasten your seatbelts. Oh, that's a way to use shimeru. Shimete kudasai. Oh, what is a seatbelt? Saka.
Belt.
Okay. Oh, just fasten your belt. Oh, I immediately interjected seatbelt, but they only said belt. Okay, that's fine. We can go with belt though. Beruto. Oh, that type of belt, not the other type of belt. Okay, that's fine.
Oh.
Beruto o shimete kudasai. Okay. Watered down milk. Moo. Watered down milk.
これ
これは川のベルトです。Moving right along. He bought 2 leather belts. Hot dog. This guy is goated. 彼は川のベルトを2つ? Oh wait. We're gonna go with 2本. 2本買いました. Belts are kind of cylindrical, right? The other one doesn't make sense, so gotta be this. What the heck? Sebiro. Okay, so this deals with like announcements or like dissemination of information, maybe like an ad kind of thing, a notice. I don't know about this. Sebiro. Interesting. Wild guess. Let's go. Let's find out what it is. Set. Just set. Oh, so it's a separate thing too.
Sebiro.
Interesting.
サイズはいかがですか?
size wa ikaga desu ka? Oh, ikaga. How about? How about the size? Or how about something? How is the size? Okay.
会社で背広を着ています。
Sebiro, that doesn't help, huh? Kaisha. So what can I do with Kaisha? Sebiro, oh, is it actually suit?
背広。
Okay. Now I got nothing. This one's gonna be tough. Sebiro. Oh, so now you're just gonna... You're talking about watered down milk and now you're just gonna make me drink water, huh? Yeah, I see how it is. I see how it is. My neck. So, 会社で背広を着ています。はい。会社で。
この帽子は私にぴったりです。
ぴったり。Perfect, right? ぴったり。この帽子は私にぴったりです。
窓はぴったり閉まっていました。
I'm looking for a fantastical hat. I'm still looking for a hat. Still, a hat that has specific materials and then look fantastical. And we're also searching for new hats for the New Year's.
窓はぴったり閉まっていました。窓
はぴったりは
ぴったり。窓はぴったり閉まっていました。
閉まって。Wait, how does ぴったり work?
窓はぴったり閉まっていました。
待っていました。
ました。
I close the window perfectly. Like, what? How is this? Oh, firmly. Interesting. I might have to study. That's more than one meaning. Study. Tightly, closely, exactly, precisely, suddenly, perfectly. Suited. Ideally. Interesting. It's also an onomatopoeia. Interesting. Alright.
兄は仕事で背広を着ます。
兄は仕事で、what was it? 背広を着ます。背広。
浴衣を4着持っています。
Yukata. Oh, is it like yukata? Like yukata? Oh, it is yukata. Oh, and it has clothing. Combined with this? Huh. Interesting. Chinese clothing. Ifu. I in ifu. Yukata.
浴衣。
Oh, yukata wa yukata. That's 浴衣を4 Oh, is that a counter too? Wait a minute.
浴衣を4着持っています。
着。
4着。
4着。着 Chaku. Counter for items or suits of clothing. Interesting. So chaku is a counter, but it's also kiru or wearing. Interesting. Yon chaku. What does that remind me of? Chaku. Maybe soku could operate like the same as soku. 4着持っています。
浴衣。
私は昨日浴衣を2着買いました。
2着。OK。そのチェンジ。2着。私は昨日浴衣を2着買いました。
彼は背広を3着持っています。
I really need to go to the bathroom. Hang on.
彼は背広を3着持っています。
彼は
彼は背広を3着持っています。
背広3着。背広3着。
3着。
3着持っています。
持って
います。
います。
I'm wearing he has 3 suits. I was gonna say cheeseburgers.
このシャツの小さいサイズはありますか？
このシャツの小さいサイズはありますか？Oh, do you have a shirt in this size? Oh no. Wait, do you have this shirt in a small size? In a size small? Sorry. I swear, if they say small size, I'm gonna flip the table. Okay.
革閉めません。浴衣背広服は制服このコートこのコートは私にwhat is it? ぴったりがです。
Oh, サイズ
が
Wait. ぴったりサイズです。Hold up. I'm missing something here. Ga, where are you going, Ga? このコートにはNo. Okay, this coat is the perfect size for you. So, for me, maybe like, ぴったり no. Oh, サイズがぴったりです。No? What did they go with? このコートはサイズが私にぴったりです。Oh, okay. That actually sounds better. This coat is
The size is perfect. This coat size is perfect for me. Okay. I see. It still works the other way. That's fine. 私は夕方。夕方をに履く Wait, what was it? 箱に履く
2着
着2着買いました。
昨日
昨日2着買いました。
買いました。
Intriguing. So, how do we go with this?
この
この青いこの青いスカートスカートは for this wait noその靴はこの赤いスカートにぴったりです。I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right, we're in a bit of a bind today. Oh, let's keep going. All right. What? Just what? 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 That doesn't look like car. That looks like fence. Oh no, that's like a counter. What could this be? What are you? Okay. Seifuku. That's gonna be okay. Seifuku, because we have fuku. Seifuku. Seifuku. This one's okay too, right? No wait. This might not actually be okay. Oh, I guess this is fine.
Yukata.
Yukata. Hansode.
Hansode.
Hansode. Hansode. The heck? Yubiwa. Oh, Yubiwa. Oh, Yubiwa. I think that's actually written in kana more often than...
Yubiwa.
Yeah, Yubiwa for ring. Oops. Yubiwa. Oh, no, it's not. Actually, just kidding. Just kidding. No, it isn't. Just kidding. Fake news, folks. Fake news.
Wa.
What is wa? Alone, then.
Yubiwa.
Okay, yubiwa. We know what yubiwa is. So maybe it's a ring alone. Maybe it's circle. I don't know. Yubi? Oh, wait.
Yubi.
He is something too.
Yubiwa.
Maybe.
Wa. Yubiwa.
Okay, we know. Oh, kimono. Oh, hey, it's mono and ki. Oh, that makes so much sense. Kimono. Wow, that's kind of anticlimactic. It's ki and mono.
Kimono?
Kimono.
母の着物は綺麗です。
Hano kimono wa kirei desu. Okay. Yeah, it's diamond ring. Then yubi must be diamond. Even though we got maybe like yubi wa is the ring, yubi is the diamond. Even though last unit we got diamondo, but we'll see. Maybe it could be like circular loop or something. I don't know. Okay.
指輪？
指輪。
この帯は長いです。
このね？
この帯は長いです。
帯。
タイ。
Oh, tight.
この帯は長いです。
Wait. What are you saying? You're saying obi, aren't you? Yeah. You're saying obi. Interesting. They use that character. It's also read as tai, right? In kei tai. Obi. Obi wa nagai desu. Sing. Oops. This sash is long. Obi.
彼はシャツのボタンを外しました。
What?
彼はシャツのボタンを外しました。
Hashizi? Has what? Hazu. Oh my goodness. Hazushi. Okay. Hazushimashita. 彼はシャツのボタンを外しました。I don't know what that is. Unbuttoned. Oh, is it like undo? So we have the opposite. We have undo and fasten. Yeah, hazusu. Hazusu. To remove, to take off, to detach, to unfasten. Okay. The opposite. Shimeru. That's not it. Just kidding. Oh, wait. Yes. Trying to get on this. get on this extra notepad on the side here.
指輪を外してください。
指輪を外して、外す。Right. And su. Hmm. 外して。How many sus do I have? Hmm. 外してください。
彼女は指輪を外しました。彼女
は
指輪
を外しました。外しました。
彼女は指輪を外しました。
指輪を外しました。外しました。I keep adding an extra syllable.
白い帯を締めました。
白い指ね。Oh, 帯。Yeah. 白い帯を、yeah. 白い帯を、締めました。oh, right.
彼は指輪をはめました。
彼は指輪をはめました。はめました。
はめました。
So many. There's so many predicates. はめる? It also overlaps with fit, insert, to fasten, to put on. What the? Oh my gosh, there's so many. Oh, and then there's some. Oh, okay. And then, oh, wow. This word can mean something kind of inappropriate. Oh, it's a vulgar expression. Oh. Wait. Guess that works. She was wearing a diamond ring. Is that how you go? Or diamondo? Oh no, yubiwa is just yubiwa. They didn't separate it intentionally. It's just to get the two different characters. Yubiwa is just yubiwa. There's diamondo. Alright.
彼女
は
ダイヤモンド
の
指輪
を wearing. Which wearing are we talking about? What the heck?
上着
what?
上着はめ
Oh no. Can't はめ Can はめて also mean that? Hold up. Put on some, yeah.
はめ
はめて Right, because it's はめるめいる一段はめて Yeah, はめていました。
ました。
Hey.
姉
姉は
は
姉は綺麗な
きれい
綺麗な着物着物を着て、right, 着る一段で着ています。
着ています。
Okay. He put a ring on it. He put on a ring. Okay.
彼
彼はdrawing a blank. You 指輪をはめました。
また
There's quite a lot of overlap, and I'm a little concerned.
洋服。
洋服 What type of clothing is this? 洋服 Low key, that kind of reminds me of pung, which is fat. 洋服 It's not that cool. 洋服
洋服。洋服。
What the heck is 洋服 What kind of clothing is that? Oh my gosh. ハンバーグ Oh my gosh. ハンドバーグ
ハンドバッグ。
ハンドバッグ or purse?
ハンドバッグをなくしました。
ハンドバッグをなくしました。OK。がなくす。
これは誰の上着ですか？
上。Okay, Pappy. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Uwagi. Uwagi, interesting. Uwagi. Where are we going with that? Uwagi. War? Hmm. これは誰の上着ですか? Oh, is that another word for jacket?
上着。
Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright. Got some alternative words. Very nice. So, ue. Oh, interesting. They went with that. Ue. Okay. Alright.
冬は暖かい上着がいります。
上着。
冬は暖かい上着がいります。冬は
暖かい。Interesting. 暖かい。
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 上着
が。
冬は暖かい上着がいります。
いります。Okay.
いります。
Oh, for warm? Yeah, a warm jacket. You need a warm jacket for winter? 冬は暖かい上着。冬は暖かい上着がいります。
母はハンドバッグを4つ持っています。
母はハンドバッグを4つdang 4つ持っています。4. That's a lot.
白いブラウスをください。
白いブラウスをください。白いブラウス。
ブラウス。
寒いから上着を着ています。
寒いから上着を着ています。Okay. 寒いから上着を上着を着ています。
ワイシャツを洗濯します。
ワイシャツ。ワイシャツ。What type of shirt? ワイシャツ。ワイシャツを洗洗濯します。
ワイシャツを洗濯します。
洗濯します。So I washed the wait.
ワイシャツ。
White shirts. White shirts for the dress shirt? Okay, I can see that. Kind of sounds like white shirt. So the white button shirt. White shirts. Okay.
デパートでワイシャツを2枚買いました。デパート
デパートをワイシャツ。
しましょうかワイシャツ。デパートでワイシャツを2枚買いました。
デパートでワイシャツを買いました。
買いました。デパートでワイシャツを2枚買いました。
2枚。
2枚。
2枚。White shirts at the store? Sure. At the department store?
洋服を全部洗濯しました。
Oh, so what kind of clothes are we talking about here? Holy heck. Some sort of clothes? Party clothes? Ain't no way, right? Zenbu.
洋服を全部洗濯しました。
洋
服を全部洗濯しました。
洋服を全部洗濯しました。Party clothes? What else is it? Leather clothes?
洋服。
Western clothing. 洋服。What does that mean though? I guess it's just still clothes. Yeah, 全部洗濯しました。洋服。Okay. Are we going たくさん？いきなり？たくさん。Okay.
洋服
を I guess we're going Western too. 洋服をたくさん買いました。
また
is nowhere to be seen. どこも。ね。
私
私のブラウス。
ブラウス
ブラウス。ブラウス。私のブラウスが
どこ
どこにもseen?
ないです。
This is a grammar point, but naides means like that's fine, right? Non-existent. It does not exist. And then doko ni, as in like it's in nowhere, but I'm not sure if it's dokomo ni. Usually mo comes after the particles. Doko ni mo sounds fine. Let's try this. Yeah. Okay. That's a little bit of a stretch to understand how that works out. But I guess if we combine 2 units ago with 1 unit ago with like 6 units ago, you kind of get this pattern, right? So, 私のブラウスが, and then that's the blouse that's nowhere. So, dokomo. But dokomo, you're looking for the location. So, doko ni mo. And then naides is just to negate. To make it so that it's nowhere as opposed to anywhere. And then to be seen, I guess that's implied since it's not existing. And des could function as like the copula for existence. So if it's not to be seen, then it doesn't exist. I guess. That's how I came to that choice, I suppose. I always buy clothes from the
店
お店? No. この店でいつも what type of clothes?
いつ洋服
Okay. 洋服ね買いましたは買います
買います
I guess. Now you're just gonna stick with wa? Oh, what did they use? 洋服はいつもこの店で買います。I see. Okay. Huh. That would explain the wa here. I was gonna say ga. Like, この店でいつも洋服が買います。But I guess that okay. That's really interesting. All right, 15 minutes in a dream. Wow, that's a lot. We're in trouble today. 制服。
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 Oh my gosh, stroke order.
制服
制服制服
制服。
制服
Oh, stroke order.
制服。
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 Stroke order.
制
Oh
服
no.
制服制服
制服。
All right. 15 minutes in a dream. 短い。短い。
短い。
短い。
This one's legacy because of Duan. Duan is legacy.
短い。
短い
短い短
短い。
短い
Excuse me.
短い。
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 短い、
短い。短い。
短い。
I also can't unthink of tofu when I see that on the right side.
制服、
制服 What the heck? I could have sworn I had this activated.
制服。
制服、
制服。
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 Shock order.
制服、
制服。制服。
制服。
Oh. My stamina. Where have you gone? Hachiban. Michikai. That's an odd one.
短い。
8、
Hachiban.
8番。
Michikai. Atsui.
暑い。
Other Atsui.
短い。
Michikai.
3番。
8
8番。
4
4番。
They're probably practicing counters because that kind of sort of looks all smashed together like
8番。
what was the one we got? Chaku, right? Or something. Chaku. 8番。
8番。
Michikai 8番。
3番。
3
8番。 短い。 細い。 4
番。
短い。短い。
By the way, the mouse ended up being a really good investment. Okay.
丸い。
Can you tell me a little bit more about it, Sub-Zero?
短い。
How? Give me some more.
8番。
8番。
3番。 2
2番. Was awkward at first, but now you love it. I don't even use your old one anymore. Oh, well, that's some tall praise. Maybe I should get one if I start office work.
8番、
若い。 8番。 3番。 4番。
4番。
短
近い。 Is there anything that particularly sticks out that makes you abandon your old one?
み
はい。 How did I end up Gi?
短い。
Oh my goodness. I didn't even know I typed that.
短い。
短い、
短
短い。
短い。
短い、
短い。短い。
み
短い、
短い。
短い。
Okay. 制服。制服。
制服。
Shock order.
制服。
Save me now.
制服、
制服。制服。
制服。
制服、
制服。
Save me.
制服。
Mainly just your old one is wired. Every time I come here I have to plug it in. I'm too lazy. As far as ergonomics go, they both feel really good anyway. Oh. Wow. You're really easily satisfied. Why do you even ask for advice? Sorry. That sounded so passive aggressive. I think it's Naga, just naga, right? Nagasore.
長袖、半袖、
What else would there be to want? I don't know.
袖
Traction, grip,
半袖
responsiveness,
長袖
bulk,
半袖、
transportation,
長袖、
footprint? I don't know.
半袖、
Why do you ask such broad questions?
半袖、
Sorry. It's fine. And so there.
袖、
I don't need the whole matrix of buttons for doing Uniware. Yeah, that's fair. Wait, you have a matrix of buttons on your old one?
半袖
Oh, you told me you
So
barely use any of those buttons.
長袖、
So there. So there.
長袖、
Nagasode. Nagasode and Miji sode. Right. Okay.
み、
Mijikai. Right.
短い、
短い、
Oh, matrix of
Mijikai.
buttons.
短い
You have a way with words. I like it.
短い、
I'm gonna have to use that from now on.
短い
I'm definitely adopting that one.
短い、
短い、
Matrix of
短い、
buttons.
短い短い
No, it doesn't, but that's what I could have think of when thinking of additional features in the mouse. But what about the glide, you know? The footprints, the packaging, the weight. You know? You're such a simple man. In a way, that's very endearing.
川、
川
川
川、
川、
The discreetness. That all goes under ergonomics for you? Hmm,
川
川、
I see.
川、
I feel that's fair. Although I did
Kawa.
all of that, even like discreetness
川
and transportation. Oh, okay.
川、
That click feels really good. Well, that's nice.
川、
Do you filter that under ergonomics as well?
川
Boy. What about the spacing between the clicks? What about the middle mouse button? How does the scroll wheel feel? Does that also? That's gonna be my catchphrase. Throw you off guard. You're giving me a lot of catchphrases. Ooh, what is sode? Oh, okay, right. Oh wow. You're gonna give me a catch
Sode?
from now on,
川
where like whenever you say a feature, I'm like, oh, does that go under economics too? Sorry.
袖、
Yeah. Kawa.
川
Kawa.
傘棚
Tana.
袖
To.
袖袖
Kawa.
袖
Sode.
袖川
Kawa.
袖
Kami.
鍵
Kagi. Kutsu.
川、
Kawa. I feel like I
Kawa.
had a similar discussion. It's just a mouse. Scroll wheel is nice because you can change between the choppy feel and the infinite. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was from my feet like reading reviews and stuff, the infinite scroll. The infinite scroll was a high, very popular feature that Logitech landed on. Like the infinite scroll feature is like one of the things, one of the selling points.
カバン
How do you feel about the infinite scroll? Is it all its hype? I don't have a mouse that infinite scrolls yet, so I don't know what that's like.
川
Soku.
札
Oh, satsu. Oh no, that's satsu. Oh, that's not soku. Satsu.
靴
Kutsu.
袖
Sode.
袖
Didn't I, Sub-Zero, listen. I know we only had a few conversations about making importance out of the life choices that we make. But man, what part of the last 2 or 3 hours of making significant meaning out of one's choices did you not understand? You missed the lesson. Okay. Sorry. You much prefer the choppiness. I guess that's just what you're used to. With the other ones, I end up scrolling too far sometimes by accident. The whoa, slow down. Oh, okay.
袖
Fair enough. You're just not as twitchy as everyone else, you know? I like to infinite scroll, you know?
袖
Don't understand the game.
川
Oh,
傘
that's what. And this is.
皿
Oh no, I was just kidding. Hmm. So that. It's just a mouse.
半袖
長袖、
Who you trying to
長
convince? Huh?
袖、
半袖、
長袖
Just a mouse.
半袖、
長袖
袖、
半袖
Okay.
制
Safe.
制服
制服、
制服、
制服
制服
制服制服
制服
制服
Oh no. I just realized yesterday was new vocab day in Chinese, right? Do I even remember what yesterday's vocabulary was? It's about making plans. Oh no. All right. Oh, okay. This is gonna be a tough one today.
書く
It's not kaku. Why do you change it? Kawa.
窓はぴったり閉まっていました
Mado wa pittari. Pittari shima. Yeah. Shimatte imashita. Or firmly shut. It's fine.
ベルトこのシャ
Beruto.
ツの小さいサイズはありますか
このシャツの小さいサイズはありますか? By the way, have you removed your wisdom teeth by any chance? No, I have not yet.
ブラウス
このコートはサイズが私にぴったりです
And I have been informed that I would require my wisdom teeth to be removed. Unfortunately, it hasn't happened yet. In fact, it has been one of the insecurities that I've had for quite some time. I require quite a lot of dental care, actually. I have been to the dentist once in my life. Or technically twice, but yeah, it's one of those sticklers when it comes to the expenses of the body. Wisdom teeth is one of them. I do require a form of extraction to be performed on one of my wisdom teeth. Yeah, actually, I don't recommend this. And it's largely relatable when it comes to American citizens. But it has been ever since you have to be employed to have health insurance. So for as long as you know me, if I was unemployed, I was uninsured. So I've been living my life on the edge. Dun dun dun. Without health insurance. For actually nearly a decade now. Actually. And when I had health insurance, I did not have a primary physician either. I think the last time I had a primary physician was in order to get clearance for like employment. So outside of that, I suppose it's been like it's getting close to 2 decades. And no, that is not a great thing to so we have to nip that in the bud at some point. Yeah. このこと I always thought about this thing. Like some people might ask, some people do ask actually, or have asked, like, oh, like what are my goals, if there are any, when it comes to like money, right? When it comes to money, especially from like content creation, right? Not that it comes up because people think that content creators are always motivated, or the majority are motivated for money, which I actually agree statistically. I just happen to be not one of them, right? At the moment. However, one thing I would say is if content creation can allow me to have health insurance, this is not going where you think it is. If content creation can pay for my health insurance, then I will officially call myself a content creator. Oftentimes people say like, well, will this ever become serious? You know, like make it as a profession. And most of the time people say, well, as long as it pays the bills, right? Pays the bills. And, or like be able to like put food on the table and stuff. It's like my minimum requirement is if content creation ever is able to afford me health insurance, then that's the day I become a content creator. But today I am not that. Could have been living here. The reason I asked was because you removed your last one earlier this week. Oh, it was $40. That's pretty nice. Yeah, health insurance and all that stuff comes at a luxury. So if you're wondering how healthy I am, as healthy as can be without the supervision of a physician, so that might not be healthy at all. Or no, right? As far as in terms of how robust my immune system is, well, again, we might have had this conversation already. I don't remember what it's like to have the flu, so that'll give you like a idea of where my health is, I suppose. Like if I'm immunocompromised, right? I actually don't necessarily even remember the last time I had a viral infection. Now, necrotic things from like food spoilage and stuff, that will generally happen if you social eat. So that's something outside your control. Yeah, but you see the whole running thing, that's great for some cardiovascular things, but if you have a running heart condition in your family, no amount of running will allow you to like foresee that. You can only do your best, right? And that's kind of neat, right? Doing your best. Sometimes knowing less makes you do the best, right? We'll try it. However, teeth, it's very visible. So it's very visible. In fact, one of the more funny silver lining is I don't smile very much. Like my natural smile is using my my lips to smile. I don't actually smile with my teeth, which that's almost a more of a Western culture thing, smiling with your teeth. Yeah, I would even say that too. このコートはサイズが私にぴったりです。Give you an idea of what health insurance is like. The one that would cover like most things, like the baseline, really decent coverage health insurance. For me, what is that? 15 to 20,000 a year? You always smile with your upper ones. My lower ones are a bit crooked. I see. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a solid 15,000 a year or something like that. I'll let you do the math on how much that would take just to offset health insurance. Right, because being a content creator means you're self-employed. Actually, let me see how this works. Oh, just kidding. It's lower. It's a lot lower. Premium, right? Health annual. Oh no, it's actually not that bad. No, it's not actually that bad. Wait, am I looking at health insurance or am I looking at? Oh no, it's not that bad. Like it's shy of 10,000. It's actually not that bad. Like for your like premium, like full coverage stuff. Where I am, it's like shy of 10,000 a year. Again, those are like the statistics. I'm not making an opinion or like a commentary on whether that's expensive or inexpensive. The choice, the thing is, I'm producing transparency, right? If you're someone who's employed, one of the benefits of being employed is having health coverage. So on average, I would say, let's just knock it down to like some mid-tier, low-tier health insurance. At minimum, that's a 5,000 to 8,000 yearly benefit that generally people don't visualize or see because they never pocket the money at all, right? I think that type of thing is very incredibly discounted a lot of times, how much employment factors into costs that you don't know that your employment absorbs, and one of them is health insurance. Like when someone says, oh yeah, I wish I got pocket this, it's like, well, yeah, you can if you want. You can choose not to. Like one thing that I don't know if it happens at all, you can negotiate that you don't get health insurance and that you pick your own health insurance, so the employer can give you that. Usually it's cheaper because the employer has a wholesale agreement with an insurance company for health insurance. So the rate that you would pay is far more than the rate that your employer would pay as a form of the package of benefit, generally speaking. So when I say what is probably 10,000 to you, maybe 5,000 to an employer, because they hire a lot of employees. And that's one of those things that really separates someone who's a sole proprietor and someone who is working for someone else, right? And if you're working for a friend or someone in like a limited liability partnership and whatnot, it's like, are they providing health benefits? Probably not. So one of those things. Something to place some perspective. So yes, even before food goes down on your table or lights go up and your utility, there is also health. health insurance. And for me, that is probably the most poetic minimum requirement that I have to qualify as an occupation. So, am I employed? The answer is no. I think for me, the minimum, one of the top 3 things is if anything I do sustains health insurance, then I am employed. So that's kind of a funny way to look at it, but to me, the minimum standard is having health coverage, as opposed to like food and stuff. I will be able to do something about the food, so it's another magnitude different. The next magnitude is rent, right? Rent. Luckily for me and my parents, we own the things we have, especially a living space. So rent is not part of the equation anymore. I usually rent with health insurance. And then you can choose to starve and caloric deficit and go on diets later, right? Because food is not on the magnitude of health insurance and rent, at least in my opinion. That's not to say that other people's health budgets and food budgets aren't exceed their health insurance and their like utilities and all that stuff. Yeah. Interesting. Offering a different perspective. It's astonishing. It's astonishing the gap between someone who thinks that doing this is so easily achievable to be an occupation, as opposed to picking up a form, applying to your local grocery store, and working a 9-to-5 job. So I say this quite a lot. I think the difference is a lot of times the young and inexperienced view maintenance for a lifetime secondary to paving sustainable habits for the future of their life, or quick gratification and quick turnover. So when they pick up a job, they think of it as a way of, oh, well, I don't care if this job doesn't fit me. If I don't do a great job, I'll just get another job later. Well, I like to believe that hopefully that the job that you're not choosing to invest very well doesn't reflect poorly on you in the future. I feel it is irrational to think that your previous actions have no bearing on your future opportunities. So it's often cross-sectionally in a small duration of time, right? Like health insurance. Like what is the most costly part of someone's living expenses in the United States? Probably health insurance is pretty high up on there. And that's completely offset by having even the minimumness paying jobs. Yes, and I'm not above going to a grocery store and stocking shelves, at least in my opinion. So I don't want to give people the idea that something is preventing me from getting health insurance. Yeah, I am preventing myself from getting health insurance. But when we consider the semantics, yeah, an occupation would be characterized as having health insurance for those things. Funny you brought up dental. I think about it every day, by the way. Like, oh, is this the year that we go and extract those wisdom teeth, and then maybe get some corrective teeth procedures done, right? Does that increase my likelihood to smile? Not really. I'm not that このことはサイズが私に ぴったりです。There was a few times when someone tried to convince me that I have it so much better than they do. And originally my thought was, I just agree with them, right? I agree with them saying, oh yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. But then this person decided to double down, as in what they did was they used me as an example of why their life sucks. And my thought was, I have nothing to do with why your life sucks, right? However, then they started comparing apples to oranges, like how I can't possibly understand how life sucks because I'm not them, and yet they spend most of their time comparing me with. You see where I'm going on this? This is where the whole like dentist thing comes up in the whole health insurance. You would ask them like, oh, so what do you drink? And like, what do you drink each day? And they would say something like, I don't know, a month's supply of gamers fuel. I know Cozy mentioned this about a couple of times, like, you know, gamer fuel, maybe like set some budget for Coke, you know, for soda and stuff. So yeah, I drink water. Now calculate the cost for that every month, and then elaborate it to a year. That's how much money you have saved by drinking water. Now, I choose to treat myself every once in a while to like a tea or something. That's fantastic. However, we have to keep in mind that that is where money and budgeting starts making a difference, right? Like, every time you drank a soda, are you saying this is how much it costs as opposed to drinking water? Like, we're not talking about like health benefits and all that, like negotiating, just the raw costs, right? And then it would be like, oh, okay, so you can afford all these things. Okay, all right, what can I afford? And the person's like, well, you can afford your PC, right? And I said, okay, so the net cost of my PC at this point is probably, when I purchased it, maybe like $2,500, right? Yeah, see, like, $2,500 is a lot. I'm like, okay, let's go back to the soda situation. If you didn't drink soda, how much would you have saved? Right? So we talk about budgeting a lot, right? Or let's group up all your microtransactions for the year. I'm more likely to think that if you group up all your subscriptions that you may or may not be paying for, that would probably be pretty substantial, at least $500. And then every single time you eat out, that would be like a 30 to 40% markup on every time I decide to eat at home and you know, make food versus, so it adds up a lot. And it's very, very difficult to communicate these things. Largely, in my opinion, at least in the United States, these type of skill sets don't usually get taught anymore in school. Actually, I'm gonna rein it back a little. A lot of schools may not teach this. However, there are quite a significant number, maybe equally as much school that do communicate these things. However, the people who are governed, like the ones willing to learn about these things, actually do not want to learn those things. And I don't think it's the fault of the students, like the kids, or necessarily like there's no one culprit for this. There's a disinterest, obviously. There's also a romanticizing of sources of wealth and money, like a trivialization of what you have to do to make money, but not how you make money. That's kind of one of the big things. Like, oh, it sounds like it's easy to make money on paper, because if you watch a YouTube video, time is not dilated, it's compressed. And when you follow a step, it makes it sound easy. So you ask yourself, you do like what I do with my teeth right now, my wisdom teeth, how this is related is that, oh, on paper, I know exactly how much a wisdom teeth extraction is going to cost me. I can do it anytime. And therefore, I decide not to. I'm perfectly guilty of the thing that I'm saying right now. There are things that if you have someone explain to you what you have to do, it's much easier to not do it at all. Like learn another language. Oh yeah, this guy, yeah, oh I see. So this guy took a month to learn this language. Yeah, you know, and if it's only a month, I'll decide when I will do it. It's only a month, right? Meanwhile, not, you know, it doesn't get done. So like, it doesn't matter if it takes a month, 6 years, or 7 years, or how efficient it is. If you don't show up, you don't show up. I know I'm sounding a little bit cold, but sometimes this is one of the wake-up calls that involves doing things. Like watching Culinary Class Wars.
Kimono.
The longer I don't watch Culinary Class Wars, the more and more unlikely that I'm going to watch it later. Unless you nagged me and then like bring it up again, but you didn't quite, so there's no hard-pressed reminder, right? Duolingo works really well because it reminds you a lot. A lot.
Kimono.
サイズはいかがですか？
サイズはいかがですか? How are you doing, Zanak? How are you? It's a little bit late today. It is the weekend. Do football games still, do games still happen in this time of year, or is it over for the season? I imagine games are on weekends, right? Uh,
デパートでワイシャツを2枚買いました。デパート？
デパートね。
デパートでワイシャツを2枚買いました。
ワイシャツ。
ワイシャツ。
I don't know. ワイシャツ。デパートでワイシャツを、ワイシャツを買いました。Oh, I forgot to write. Two. They bought two, didn't they?
制服は灰色です。
制服。
制服は灰色です。私たちの学校では制服を着ます。私たちは私たちの学校では制服を着ます。学校は
制服。Their clothing?
制服。
Description?
を私たちの学校では制服を着ます。
No. 着ます。
着ます。私たちの学校では制服を着ます。
私たちのI've got 制服。Wait.
学校制服。私たちの学校では制服を着ます。
Oh.
で、
Wait.
私たちの学校では制服を着ます。私たちの学校では制服を着ます。私たちの学 校では制服を着ます。彼らはみんな制服を着ていました。彼ら
はね。
彼らはみんな制服を着ていました。
みんな制服を。
制服を。
制服を着ていました。
彼らはみんな制服を着ていました。
デ
パートでワイシャツを2枚買いました。
2枚。
デパートで
ワイシャツを
2枚買いました。
Okay. Alright. 15 minutes and a dream. And exhaustion. Okay. Okay.
How?
This will help me get all the
川
extra vocabulary down.
川
川川
川
川
川
川
川
Okay. We have kawa. Okay. Right. Okay. Oops.
短い
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 短い短い
短
短い
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 袖半袖
長袖
長袖
It's just naga. Oh, it's not a
長袖
hansode for the short
半袖
sleeves. Oops.
袖
長袖
袖
長袖
半袖
半袖
The hansode. Don't use michikai. Unless?
川
No, I don't think so.
川
川
川川
川
川
川
川
川
Alright. Yukata. Yukata.
廊床
浴衣
Yukata.
浴衣
Okay. E.
浴衣
This is E.
浴衣
浴衣
浴衣浴衣
浴衣
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 Oh, 着。4着。
毎週
あ
3着
Oh, it changed.
2着
Okay. This gives us some practice on
4着
着。 which is kind of useful because it's
二
kiku.
着
Kiru as well.
3着
三着
1着
4着
4着
Japanese short order.
3着
2着
一着一着
4着
Something do biro.
背広
Debiro.
背広
Dang it. Debiro.
背広
Debiro.
背広
背広
Why are you so weird looking?
背広背広
背広
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 背広背広
Okay.
大切
Oops.
せ
制服
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 制服制服
制服
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 Okay.
半
半袖。長袖。
半袖
半袖。
長袖
長袖。
長袖
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 半袖
袖
袖
袖
長袖
Okay. 浴衣。
浴衣
浴衣。Keep holding you a little too long.
浴衣
浴衣。
浴衣
浴衣。
浴衣
浴衣
浴衣。
浴衣
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 浴衣浴衣
短い。
短い
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 短い短い
短い
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 短い短い
わ。
川
Accidentally typed WW.
川川
川
川
川
川
川
川
Alright. Yukata.
浴衣
浴衣
Okay.
浴衣
浴衣
浴衣浴衣
浴衣
浴衣
You know what this reminds me of?
浴衣
She.
浴衣
浴衣
Very good.
浴衣
浴衣浴衣
浴衣。
3着。
三着。
2着。4着。
No changes. I can hear.
4着。
1着
1着。
Oh, 一着。
2着。
Okay, 二着、三着、
二着
四着。
3着
Oops. ちょこれ
1着。
2着
2着。
4着
Oh, that didn't move. Okay.
背広
背広。
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 Oops.
背広背広
背広。
背広
背広。
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 Alright. Okay.
浴衣。
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 浴衣浴衣
浴衣。
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 Okay. 長袖。長袖。
半袖。
長袖。
長袖。
半袖
袖。
長袖。
半袖。
長袖。
袖。
半袖。
Okay. Okay. 浴衣。浴衣。
浴衣。
浴衣
浴衣。
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 浴衣浴衣
浴衣。
浴衣
浴衣。
浴衣。
3着。
4着。
4着
4着。着。
3着。
4着
1着
2着。
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 1着。
2着
1着。
1着。
3着。
Boy howdy. かわ。Boy howdy.
川。
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 川川
川。
川。
川
Oh, we got a pip. 1 pip. Okay. Okay. Okay.
短い
短い。
短い
短い。
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 短い。短い。
短い。
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 Still got time. Got 2 pips.
背び、
背広。背広。
背広。
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 背広。背広。
背広。
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 Alright, that's the end of 15. Which one do we not have? What is... Oh, I don't even remember what that is. What's this? Oh, Yubiwa. 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 And it's another one of those bugged out things. Yeah, some of the kanji stuff is bugged out. They're so bugged out. And then yofuku, or like Western clothing. Okay. Oh, that's from yesterday. All right, let's try to lump these together. Okay, we're gonna clean up the stuff, then try to remember as many predicates, right? So what? Clothing. There's quite a lot of extra clothing too. Okay. Okay, let's start with right. So yofuku, right? Might be actually the other way. No, that feels a little rough. I think fuku is horizontal first, right? Yeah. So yofuku. So yofuku. Don't worry about the katakana for now. So there are like shatsu, waishatsu, like koto, jaquetto, etc. What do we have here? We have adjectives that can lead into clothing. So let's do sode. Right. Clothing. Do we have like a jacket? There is a jacket. Oh, which one was... Oh no, it's not here. Oh yeah, here it is. Right, jacket. Uwagi. Right. So we can use uwagi. Right. Uwagi. And for uwagi, we can do sode. Wait. Oh wait, this isn't soda, is it? It's seifuku. Although, with that said, we can pivot with fuku, with se. So let's do this again. We can pivot from yofuku and seifuku to combine them. That'll help out. And seifuku is sufficient for sode. Sode. And sode can be lumped, right, with han and nagai or naga. Okay. Right. So we have those. And then yeah, you know what? A leather jacket works too. So we can do, as opposed to beruto, leather jacket. Not sure if it goes well. However, we can use jacket that way. What was our thing? It was uwa. Oh boy. Uwagi. Oh, gi. Yes, uwagi. Uwagi. So uwagi, which can pivot to kawa. Right. Kawa. Oh, wait. So tiny. So uwagi. What else was this used for? Oh, right, chaku, which oh, and kimono. Kimono. So we can pivot here to kimono. Kimono and chaku itself. Right. So chaku itself. Right, like this. The other way. Or its counter. Yukata. And this will naturally then branch into yukata. Because kimono and yukata. Pretty sure this is the character. Same character. Double check. Yeah, it's the left side of... That'd be the left side, right? Oh no, it's slightly different. Ooh, okay. Yeah, no water. No water. Substitute. That's fine. Can't use that. That's all. So you got that. Suit. This. Sebiro. 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 Is Biro down here? Yeah. Okay. So we have Kimono. Now we have Sebiro. Suit. Natural pivot point from Seifuku, right? Seifuku. Seifuku. So we have Seibiro. Interesting, no? Both have Se and Seibiro. Seibiro versus Seibiro. No, Seifuku. Seifuku versus Seibiro. Biro is... Okay. We covered, yes. Han. It's Han, right? Not Ban. Han. Yes. Oh, right. Megane. No, not Megane. Yubiwa. Yubiwa. What the heck? What are we gonna throw in there? It's extra. Down here. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, it doesn't cross. Oh, that's bugged out too. Wow. Lots of the kanji is bugged out. Yikes. Hopefully they go back and do something about that. It has been lately. So, Yubiwa. Oh, does this go through? Oh, you can't even tell because it's bugged out. Oh no. Send help. You know, I'm kind of curious if this is what Korean looks like. I don't understand this bug, actually. I really don't understand this bug. Let's look at UV. Yeah, it looks like it's going through. So probably oh, I missed a show. Something like this, probably. Doesn't. Okay. So Yubiwa. What's this? Ooh, Obi. Oh, I guess Yubiwa and Obi kinda. We can use that because of the read. Obi, Yubiwa. It's kind of a tough thing. They're kind of accessories. So there's that. That's tough. We're gonna cancel out the numbers, which was for the counter. That's not it. We got plenty of other things outside of the katakana. We'll have to pick up the katakana tomorrow. It was Kumi. So for the counter thing, there's also kumi. Kumi. Repaired. More like a group. There's Pitari. Pitari. Oops. Pitari. Did we get an opposite of pitari? I don't think so. It was used multiple times. One for tightly or firmly, and one for perfect. And then we have shimeru. So this is a good branching point for things that are done. So we have... Oh, actually. I don't remember we used shimeru. I think we did. So, shimeru. Or tighten. Tighten, fasten. And because of that, we also have Azusu, just to undone the opposite. Azusu, Soto, Azusu. I think those are the two main ones. Oh, and because we have this one, we had a different one too. Hameru. Hameru and shimeru. It's countered by Azusu. I feel like I'm missing one. There's definitely another predicate. So lots of buying, lots of kau. Kiku is self-contained. I mean, kiru is self-contained here. Kiru. Titan. Ameru was used to like put on like a ring. Put on a ring. However, I think both of these actually work the same way. What? Shimeru. Oh no, it's not. Shimeru has necktie and belt. I see. But then Ameru has rings, gloves, a hoop around something. Okay. That would explain the specific uses. And of course, Kiru deals with the top part. Kiru is the top part. which we already have in kimono. Kimono and or uwagi. Uwagi. I think that's all I can recall right now. Outside the ton of katakana, we have a lot of katakana clothing. I think this is the best we have for today. On short notice, we gotta move on. Looks kinda tough. Characters. Okay, so right, seifuku. Right, seifuku into yofuku. So yose. Is this yo or yo? Okay, yo. So seifuku, yofuku. That's fine. Michikai is legacy, so that's fine. Oops. Yeah, everything's screwed up. All the kanji's things are screwed up. From like unit 65 and on. I don't know what happened. Sode can go off. Uwagi. So uwagi sode just nagai or naga and han sode naga sode. Kiru is useful. Kiru can be tied with gi and kimono. Kimono, that's fine. Oh, yukata. Yukata is kind of hard. Yukata. Okay. Oh, also Sebiro. Sebiro. What were you? Oh, yeah. Yubiwa. Yubiwa and Obi. Iwa. I mean, Kawa. Alright, we'll see how much we remember from that. Okay. Alright, folks, we had a great session today in our Japanese session. Some new Japanese language learners, or sort of semi-Japanese language. We got a new one, 2 new ones, 2 new peeps. Hopefully they're doing well, finding their way. And then we had a large discussion about maintaining consistency, right? Maintaining consistency versus the separation of finding sources of motivation and innovating, being an active participant in your own studies and learning, right? Taking responsibility for one's own learning versus focusing on like output performance and whatnot. The answer is both most of the time, right? However, one is, in my opinion, under maintained than the other, largely due to the nature that lots of internet things and reinforcements deal with, performance, right? Objective metrics. Well, there are things that are quite variant. The nebulous stuff aren't measured. Obviously, it's very tough to measure nebulous stuff. What are the nebulous stuff? Most of the stuff we talked about. The balance between novelty, staying as in like staying off, like mitigating the inevitable complacency that comes with gravitating towards smooth and efficiency, right? A little bit of rocky things kind of jolt people back into attention. Smooth rides can often be uneventful. Sorry. Smooth rides can often be uneventful. They're great for cruising and chilling. However, one begs to ask the question, when you're learning, do you learn more on a smooth ride or on a rocky ride? You know, like a attention-getting ride. Are you more attentive during a smooth ride, or are you more attentive during a rocky ride? Obviously, mileage may vary, and people have their moderations. If you have stamina, if one has stamina and are prone to complacency and boredom, in my opinion, I would encourage having more of a rocky ride. You know, provide stimuli on solving problems, whatnot, that can make the ride a little bit more attention-getting, right? Smooth sailing often makes for a wonderful, relaxed thing where you can output the things you learned. You want your outputs and stuff to be smooth and whatnot, and that comes with practice, right? However, practice does not make learning, in my opinion. When one spends far too much time practicing, and less time and far more time passively learning, it can work. I like to say it can work. However, if it's making you not show up, right? Making you not show up, then I would say that's the bottom, that's the minimum, right? If it stops you from showing up and creates a stopgap on not even learning at all, then you don't learn, and then you might not even want to practice anymore either, because oftentimes the learning leads to progress, and that progress often reinforces and incentivizes practice, right? I think it's not, no one is immune to that. The more you learn, the more disproportionately you spend time practicing, right? Because the more you learn, the more things you have to practice. And it may seem like it takes up more and more time to practice. And as a consequence, more and more practice makes it feel like it's grinding. It's, you know, or quote unquote, in less progress and more grinding. And totally understandable. Becoming creative and inventive and innovative on how to make it not that. It's a work in progress, a life skill. It requires art, creativity, and expressiveness, which is rarely ever quantifiable. So finding out how one can do that often involves making one available to outside stimuli, right? Go out there, explore, find something that will change up the game a little bit. Enough, right? Enough not to trade off too much efficiency and yet keep you attentive and active in the present. I think spinning the wheel over and over again, which I still don't feel like I'm spinning the wheel over and over again. And we had that contrast between like flashcards and graded readers, right? Well, graded readers have an intrinsic thing that people don't like to do, which is to construct stories of their own. Not that you still need a starting place, right? However, you have stories that you can construct from your native language into that. So that in itself creates a huge barrier. So graded readers tend to be a great entry point for constructing stories, or being exposed to stories of which you do not construct, right? In that sense, you get an opportunity to practice the process of deductive reasoning, contextual reasoning. Meanwhile, flashcards deal with an entirely different set of processes, and I don't necessarily think they are garnered from graded readers. In my opinion, it's a different process, different set of circumstances, and different ways to go about using that, right? And encouraging oneself to integrate as many things while they're learning allows you to be self-sufficient, at least in my opinion. If you don't practice and or learn actively, then I would say it's fair to say one should not expect that skill to be well developed nor well practiced. So if you're not used to flashcards, then it's not useful. You must learn, one must use it, train it, refine it. And then if one chooses not to refine it at all, then it also becomes less useful. It can only be as useful as your investment in it, right? When you do something for a very long time, the investment kind of goes down. It becomes less of a attentive thing. You're not actively learning anything regarding learning, not regarding the context, right? You are most definitely still learning new language, new vocabulary as you're spinning. However, your learning process is not changing, and that can create a complacency that I do feel is a little underrated right now. Yes, the whole point is to iron it out and make it so that you keep learning more vocabulary. I think oftentimes it's the study practice that becomes deficient over time, or not necessarily deficient, but not sufficient. As in, like, it was once sufficient to hold your attention and whatnot. Largely is one's passion that's holding the sufficiency. It's making up for possibly a underdeveloped alternative for studying, right? What happens when your studying method gets boring? I think a lot of people choose to power through it. They're like, oh yeah, well, it is what it is. I have to do flashcards. I have to do graded readers, or vice versa. Or I have to do this because I'm good at this way, and I can't do it that other way because I'm a specific type of learner. My modality is set in stone, that kind of thing. I personally, it's a little bit of maybe an unpopular opinion, but I think generally learning styles and comfortability has its trade-offs. Methods that are the most comfortable are more likely to make one less attentive. Not that they're not effective. One can still try to encourage one and find ways to make things that they are very good at attentive or interesting. I think it comes with everything. You can definitely improve Japanese without ever, like how you language learn, without ever changing your study methods. You can trust the process, right? Get your favorite efficiency person and say, trust me, bro, if you keep doing this for 3 years, it'll work. That definitely suits some people. I am not one of them. If I'm doing something, I will sure as heck continue to also improve my study, my learning process, and my practice process. So I practice differently over time, building on what I have, and I learn based on what I built upon. Rarely do it stay static long enough for me to not be working on something, right? Yeah, passive learning is great and all when you have material you're interested in. I think that's one of the key differences. Some people enjoy passive learning and it works, largely due to the fact that they're actively engaged in the material that they're interested in. And that honestly overlaps with how one engages self during the study process. How do I engage myself? By doing the things I'm interested in, looking at relations between characters in kanji, making up makeshift stories. Those are the activities that I like to do, right? Those are the extra processes. Coming up with conversation topics, leading conversation topics, figuring out how conversations fit together. That's kind of my jam. So it's part of my routine here that I'm doing. Whether or not I can make a full story, that's not the point. That's part of the progress of language learning. That in itself is also coupled with constantly trying to improve my studies, the way I'm studying things. Very underrated topic in my opinion. The maintenance of your study methods. I think ultimately what you start with does not scale to what you will eventually want as well. I think there are study programs out there or like packages that you can buy that scales and changes up the method as you go along, right? Individualized plans or something where, oh, okay, so what you start off, I don't know, with Duolingo. And then suddenly like, okay, now if you feel like you can do this and this, drop Duolingo and go to Anki with a mix of, I don't know, graded readers. And then stop when you reach these milestones. Maybe you, ultimately that's an individualized plan. So the most experienced person to determine that is you. However, you could end up doing the thing which I did get commentary about, which reflects that, is the idea that someone has a negative opinion about a method and then a positive opinion about the method they rarely use. So what I have to say about that is that order matters. If you flipped it and use that other method that's unfamiliar with you, you are more likely, and if you use it for a very long time, which also then will have diminished return on how effective it is, and it will be boring again and disinteresting because you have done it for a very long time. I would venture to guess that someone who can say that one method is obviously worse than another or not inclined to be as interesting, and the one thing that can explain it is exposure, as in one is a familiar method and the other one is not. That could explain that, and I would argue that probably explains a significant amount of it. And novelty in your study methods can go a long way to refreshing thing. One doesn't have to abandon any established methods. You can rotate, circuit build, right? If SRS is grinding you down to a halt, one can take a break from it and use alternative methods to do so. It's kind of like that really devastating cycle where you find out that, oh, millions of people can learn with this method, and then you go and do it and it's like, it doesn't work. Like, is it me? Like, is it my problem? Like, I feel like I'm just grinding and this doesn't work. And then you go to a different method and it worked for you. And then you preach that, oh, the other method, it's garbage. This method worked. When, in my opinion, if you move to one method and then go back to another method, there is a startling chance that both methods are efficacious in the manner in which that you're engaging with them. So, like, what you start with tend to be less effective than where you're going. And what I mean by that is tend to, because there are like facts and things involved there are plain worse things and plain good things. That's fair. We're not talking about that specifically. Let's take 3 methods, right? Millions of people have used to learn a language. One seems to be not effective, and then you go to the next one, it becomes a little bit more effective because you're continuously invested in your improvement. Then the third one, even more effective. What I'm saying is it's more likely to increase because you have more competence. You cannot rule out the idea that with doing things make you intuitively more likely to succeed in knowing what to do next. Thinking you can stick to one thing for the rest of your life, that is a recipe for no change and diminished change. So if you're going around thinking, oh yeah, I'll just do this method for the rest of my life and then I can apply this to everything else, then yeah, you're probably going to get diminished returns. And the next thing that you do will probably be a little bit more refreshing. And even if it is less efficacious, like on the whole, it will probably be overall more efficacious to someone who doesn't want to learn the way they've been learning forever, right? Like for what seems like forever. So that's just my 2 cents. A little general summary of like 3 or 4 hours of what we discussed. I think to me, equipping someone with enough self-awareness, and then they are able to self-evaluate and gauge a balance of their engagements and the output, goes a long way for problem solving on their own. Like, I don't necessarily think when it comes to, it's a great place to start by using other people's experiences and then experimenting. I think thinking that you start where you end is a logical fallacy. The idea that the thing you start is the best thing you can find, or will be and remain the best thing. It rarely is the case, because you are learning, and part of the learning process is you go through stages. So rather than go through the mindset of thinking that this is all the amount of planning you need to understand about your methodology and studying, observe, continue to be interested in the way you evolve your way of learning. In my opinion, that's a great forward investment to a habit that is self-correcting and self-synergizing. You are constantly trying to do a little bit better than yesterday, not because of the context or the methodology, but for the seeking of constant engagement. Right? Constantly seeking interest and engagement, in my opinion, tend to dwarf what someone says is the most efficient way to do something. If you're not engaged, you're not engaged. At least in my opinion. All right. So with that, I'm going to wrap up this Japanese session. Thanks for being out. Thanks for listening. I really appreciate like VHS and all the others for a great discussion today, or giving me the opportunity at least to share a little bit about at least some of the main points and talking points at the intersection of learning and whatever is popular nowadays, I suppose. And until next time, for Japanese enthusiasts out there, right? Mata ne, ja ne, minasan. And I'm gonna go and walk around a little bit, get something to drink, and I'll be back for my Chinese lesson. Thank you. 欢迎大家回来。今天是150，第150，8天。Welcome back, folks. It is day 158. We're a little bit on the tired side, the fatigue side. Got some really good discussions in earlier. See how well we hold up. This is a relatively short unit. Not too bad. I think hopefully I remember what we learned yesterday. Yeah. Let's get right into it, right? 让我们开始吧。Right. All right. Okay. Unit 45. Ooh, this is gonna be tough. Speaking of 让，当然，当然，当然，当然。Oof. That helped. Oh, 当然愿意是什么？愿意。I know the right hand. Does it help to visual? Yes, it does. I don't think there's a thought up there. Oh my gosh, I wrote this way out of proportion. Oh, all right. I'll get this. Oh wait. Yeah. All right. I remember. Oh, 愿意像选择 yeah 选择 This unit had some trouble sounds. I had 选择 So on oh no. These are tough for me. Or 直 转直 No. Oh, it might be 杂 z 则 Yeah. No. Han. Yes. And then 机会 机会 something else. Don't know what it is. I think we're going with first one was流血 No 流血 流血度过国家搬家搬家and one down here. Yes, 结婚分手wait 手 yeah 分手 right and we intersect at 变化 变化 oops 变化 and we're talking about emotions again. What is it? 放心 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 认真 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 害怕 something like that 害怕 I think that's it. That's all the vocabulary. Not too much. So what problems did I encounter? Definitely the beginning. So, 当然 is okay. 当然愿意no 愿意 it's rough the 愿 that's a new character and then 选择I'm gonna have to hear that again 选择 to choose. Oh, there's something else here. There's a different expression. I don't know what it is anymore. It's +1. Pretty sure there's another expression. It's something like opportunity, something a chance. Yeah, something dealing with chance. So I don't remember it. But this is as good as we're gonna get for today. Unit 44. Yeah, it's been a long day. This is at least +1. I know we're short one, so we'll go over it. +1 here. Oh, it's 44. 44 is school, right? School. Let's do something that we know. 学校早我教室班 汤吃汤吃汤吃汤吃汤吃汤比喻体育馆体育馆 Oh my gosh. Please.黑板黑板笔记笔记本铅笔 Oh, amplified.铅笔纸纸 Do some sports.篮球篮球篮球玩球Oh, I forgot this one actually. 足球排球乒乓球乒乓球Okay. Oh, different types of schools, right? 小学初中高中高中大学校长校长校长校长校长校长要求 Ooh. Oh my gosh. I can't write on this side of the... Yeah, I don't think it had a left hand. 要求. Now let's go over here. 要求. 要求.必须要 必须要 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 顽强 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 作业 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 天天 天天 向 向上 看 看清楚 清楚 which 清 is it? It's this one. 清楚 清楚 there's also 向 向 向 借 Yep, they were good. Oh, our current unit is rough. It was a rush job yesterday. All right, let's go look. I know I dropped one. Although let's look at yesterday's first. Yeah, I mean last unit. We're good. We're good. Okay. So which one am I missing? Right. Right. Hi. Hi pa. 结婚 结婚 像选择 选择
选择
oh my gosh, that's a little rough. 选择 it's a little bit of an improvement from yesterday. 选择 当然 and 演绎 is it 演绎 or 演绎 I can't tell.
愿意
Oh, it's 愿意. Oh, it's not 2. It's 4-4. Okay. All right. So that's my bad. 愿意. Okay. 愿意. And son of a bee sting. I place this. So I'm taking too much time. Oh, this is high pa. Oh, that explains that because I got this confused. Oh, what is this? Oh, it's 变化 that's 变 okay. Oh, it's what was da what? Oh no. That's it. That's the one we're missing.
打算
打算 That's the one I dropped. 打算 Okay, that's fine. Okay. 机会留学 we're not doing time. Then we have 家 like 做过搬家 right 搬家国家认真 actually is it 4-4 or 4-1? 4-1 认真 oh 认真 okay, that's a little long 认真分 or it might be 分手 yeah
分手
and this is 让当然放心 and 愿意害怕 and then boo is fine. Negation. So two tonal mistakes and a drop. 打算 4 打算 all right, let's get it. Let's go.
请给我一个机会
Okay, we don't need pinging now. 请给我
请
给我一个机会
一个机会
请给我一个机会 Give me one more chance. Please give me one more chance. Don't like change.
我
不喜欢变化
我快要去澳大利亚留学了
我快要去澳大利亚留学 留学留学了。
我快要去澳大利亚留学了。留学了。
对。搬，right as in 搬家。
我不喜欢变化。
我不喜欢变化。
不喜欢
变化。
变化。
对，说的。
化。
我男朋友有一个新的工作机会。
新的工作机会。我男朋友有一个新的中国机会。算
明年我的弟弟会去英国留学。
明年
我的
弟弟
会去英国留学。明年我的弟弟会去英国留学。
英国。Yeah, I dropped the because it's the younger brother, but they want it.
明年我的弟弟会去英国留学。
会去英国留学。变。变。哦。
变。
那里的天气变化很大。
那里的天气变化很大。There's a big change in the weather. The weather changes a lot. The weather there changes a lot. Oh my goodness, that English. Oh, a lot there. Oh, that's fine too. Actually, the weather changes a lot there. That actually works. Her grandma's not planning to move.
我们
的奶奶。我们的奶奶不 what is it? 打算搬家。对。算班化笑变。
去美国留学贵吗？
去美国留学贵吗？
你们
你们周末打算做什么？
打算
做什么？我明年会去德国。我明年会去搬德国。搬德国。 我明年会搬去 Oh, so that's how that works. Okay. So 搬 comes for 去. Okay. Alright. I wasn't sure which order this was going to go.
你们
Okay, so then 你们
打算
你们打算搬去中国吗？
中国吗？
Yeah, so 搬去 Okay. And then we know now. It's fine.
我
I'm not sure what I did yesterday.
明年
我明年
会
搬
去
德
德国。
Okay. 271. Okay.
他不是认真的。
他不是认真的。他不是。呢？他
不是
认真的。Oh, I missed two things. I missed the grammar point too. 是 and 的 for emphasis. 是 and 的 the grammar point of the unit.
你是认真的吗？
你是认真的吗？
他们想离开这个国家。
他们想离开这个国家。Okay. 他们想离开这个国家。I want to leave this country. Sure. 婚。
我在7个国家住过。
我在 Oh, this one was weird yesterday, and it still kind of sounds weird. 我在 right 我
在7个
7个
国家
住过。
结，我们搬家了以后会结婚。
I just have to get used to it. Too much right home.
我们搬家了以后会结婚。我们
搬家以后，我们搬家了以后会结婚。呢？
结婚。我们搬家了以后会结婚。
Yeah, after we move, we'll get married.
我们要结婚了。
我们要结婚了。要结婚了。This one's a tough one. 选it's I'm always doing closer than in N. 选择
你会选择去哪个国家住？
你会选择去哪个国家住？Ooh, that's a little rough. 你会选择去哪个国家住？ It's like it's it's got like two back, like two up, 4. It just keeps going it's like pulling up your bow, just doing down strokes the whole time. So, 你会选择去哪个国家住？That's a tough one for me. I'll work on it. Country. Which country would you choose to live in?
选
选 Oh, jeez. 选 and then Sean 选 The like Sean is making me say Sean is like Sean like this Sean. Xuan? Oh no, it might be Xuan. Now I'm not so sure. See, like, oh man, oh no. 选择 选择 okay 选择 and then what was it 打选 no I think it's 打算 yeah 打算 it's 选 versus on, like on in Okay. 婚变
择
choice. Were we able to use 选择 as choice? Probably. 选择对的选择最好选择最好的选择这是最好的选择班择选婚结Okay.
你
会你
选择
会 No, which would you? 你会选择
哪个
哪个 Oh man, this one's so rough still. Okay, 哪个
周末国家住
你会选择去哪个国家住 Okay. Yes. Okay.
我们
搬家了我们搬家了以后我们搬家了以后会结婚Please work seriously 请
工作认真
请认真工作。对，movie
我不能放心
我不能放心，
我
不能
不能
放心。
放心
Oof, I cannot relax.
当然他是认真的。
当然他是认真的。当然他是认真的。
我想跟他分手。
我想跟他分手。
请放心，你害怕什么？
请放心，你害怕什么？
你愿意跟我结婚吗？
你愿意你愿意
我
你
我你
愿意你愿意
跟我
结婚吗？ I wonder if that's how the proposal said.
结婚吗？你愿意跟我结婚吗？
Like when they say, "Will you marry me?" Is this like a stock phrase? Will you
我们
marry
当
me
然不想
proposal?
分手。
我们当然不想分手。我们当然不想分手。
愿
我当然没有告诉他。
我当然没有告诉他。
怕愿害
当然
害变害当怕愿当
请放心，你害怕什么？
请
放心，请放心，你害怕什么？
害怕什么？
I do. 我愿意 right? 我愿意。我想跟他分手。他不愿意做这个工作。Okay. All right. Yeah, really short. Very short unit. So short that I was left complacent and dropped so many vocabulary. Now I'll move to Germany next. Clear.
我明年
How did I mess this up? 我明年
会
搬去我明年会搬去德国。
德国。
你们打算搬去中国吗？
你们打算搬去中国吗？
我在7个国家住过。
我在
7
7
个
国家住过。
你们周末打算做什么？
你们周末打算做什么？Now they add yaw? No, that can't be right. I refuse. There's no 你们都 What are you all planning to do? No, on the weekend. I can't. Is this really? Oh my gosh. I don't know if this is the first yaw. That might be the second yaw.
明年我的弟弟会去英国留学。明年
我的弟弟会去英国。
英国
What is it? 留学。
去美国留学贵吗？
去美国留学贵吗？
这是最好的选择。
这是最好的选择。Right. 打算选择选。
这是最好的选择。
这是最好的选择。最好的选择。
他打算选择哪个学校？
他打算选择。Oh yeah, these are together. 打算也选择。他打算选择哪个学校？哪个学校 ？Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm looking for which school did he pick? No, wait. 他打算选择哪个学校？So to what? English. Which school he picked to Okay. 打算选择哪个学校 which school he is going to pick oh my goodness, which school is he going to pick? Which school? Oh, he is. Oh my goodness. Save me from my English.
你会选择去哪个国家住？
I would not like. There's no amount of practice that I would phrase a question that way.
你会选择去哪个国家住？你
你会去？
你会选择去哪个国家住？
哦，
选择。
你会选择去
哪个？你会选择去哪个国家住？
哪个
国家住？
对。Oh, those are tough.
我们
我们搬家了。我们搬家了。以后会
结婚。
我在七个国家住过。
你
愿意跟你愿意 How does this work? I don't even. 你愿意
结婚吗？和
That doesn't seem right. 你和我 No. 你愿意结婚 No.
和
你愿意和我结婚吗？
我
Okay, that's fine.
他打算选择哪个学校？
Okay, how was it? 他打算选择哪个学校？Okay. Oh. Okay, 15 minutes in a dream. Let's go.
选择
Okay, 选择 Oops.
选择
Oops. Okay. 结婚。
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 结婚。结婚。结婚。
结婚。
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 嗯。
选择。
选择。选择。
选择。
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 选择。选择。选择。
选择。
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 选择。选择。结婚。
结婚。
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 选择。结婚。
结婚。
结婚。
结婚。结婚。结婚。
结婚。
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 选择。选择。
选择。
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 Oh gosh, doing that.
选择。
When it's displayed.
选择。
选择。
选择。选择。选择。
选择。
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 Okay.
结婚。
Okay.
结婚。
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 结婚。结婚。结婚。
结婚。
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 选择。选择。
选择。
对。
选择。
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 选择。选择。选择。
选择。
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 Okay. 选择。
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 选择。选择。选择。
选择。
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 Oh, 选择 again. Jeez.
选择。
All right.
选择。
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 选择。选择。选择。
选择。
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 当然，
当然。对，当然，当然，
当然，
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 当然，当然，当然，
当然，
当然，
棒棒。
不愿意，
不愿意。OK， 愿意，愿意。选择，选择。打算，对，打算。愿意，不愿意。
愿意，
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 不愿意，
愿意，
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 不愿意，
愿意，
愿意，
不愿意，
不愿意，
愿意，愿意，不愿意，
害怕，
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 害怕。
害怕，
Checks out.
害怕，害怕，
I made the third stroke
害
not
怕，
long enough.
害怕，
My recall
害怕，
害怕，
for tomorrow.
害怕，
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 It's like a skeleton's
害怕。
body. Like there's the lungs and the hip and the
害怕，
I mean the waist. There's the collarbone.
害怕，
Like Sorry. Couldn't help it.
当然，
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 当然，当然，当然，
当然，
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 Okay. All right.
愿意，
愿意，愿意，不
不
愿意。
愿意，
对，愿意，
愿意，
不愿意，
愿意，
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 不愿意，
愿意，
不愿意，
不愿意，不愿意，愿意，
不愿意，
愿意，
愿意，
嗯，害怕，
害怕，
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 害怕，害怕，害怕，
害怕，
害怕，
当然，当然，
当然，
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 当然，当然，当然，
当然，
愿意，不愿意，
不愿意，
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 愿意，
不愿意，
愿意，
愿意，
不愿意，
愿意，
不愿意，
不愿意，愿意，
不愿意，
愿意，
害怕，害怕，
害怕，
害怕，
害怕，害怕，害怕，
害怕，
害怕，
说过来，
害怕，
害怕，
当然，当然，
当然，
当然，当然，当然，
当然，
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 The more we can bite off.
愿
愿意，
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 不愿意，愿意，
愿意，
愿意，
不愿意，
不愿意，
不愿意，愿意，
愿意，
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 害怕，
害怕，害怕，害怕，
害怕，
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 当然，
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 当然，当然，当然，
当然，
愿意，
不愿意，
不愿意，愿意，不愿意。
愿意，
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 I think it's two. 不愿意。
不愿意，
Yeah, it kind of sounds.
不愿意，
愿意，
不愿意，
不愿意，愿意，
不愿意，
愿意，
愿意，
Wow, 15 minutes feels an awfully long time when you're tired. 流血，流血，
变化，
流血，流血，变化，
数学，意思，变化，流血，
小
小
学，
流血，
流血，变化，
流血，
流血，流血，
学了，
流血，小学，
学，
于理，
于理，
变
化，
变化，
变化，
变，
变化，科学，流血，
于理，
小
学，
流，
流血，
留学、
留学、
变化、
变化、
小学、
小学、
数学、
数学、
周围。
All right. So that concludes that. What is a reminder? Ban Banqu. Banqu is a good one. Right. Banqu. 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 We forgot. Da Shuang. Da Shuang. Da Shuang. 上是什么？ It's probably not this. I almost feel like it. It's probably the first one. Not listed. Where's the? Oh, it's I. Oh, okay. Different crown entirely. Da Shuang. So yeah, Da Shuang. And honestly, that's it, right? So we had to pick Yan Yi. Yan Yi, wrong tone on Yan Yi. And 选择 选择 yeah 选择 so 选择打算选择打算搬去分手分手放心放心呀放心变化 yeah we're good. All right, that's a wrap for our Chinese. Very tired. Got a great conversation earlier today in our Japanese session. You know, feel free to tune in if you guys are interested in Japanese. All the Chinese folks out there, thanks for hanging out. Chinese language learning folks out there. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. We're gonna sign off. Keep on creating, be creative, right? Invest, take responsibility for your learning. Keep yourself motivated. It's all downhill from there. Come join. Always feel free to share along, right? Share along. Always free to feel free to follow along. Share some experiences. Talk about your frustrations, your ups and downs, what you do to, you know, mitigate or improve that type of thing. Create a sustainable studying a study habit, right? It's, in my opinion, being invested in actively participating in how you study and how you learn may rival how long and consistent you are with the material itself. I personally believe that with great enthusiasm regarding your studying habits and constant maintenance of your studying habits, I feel like it is not necessarily mentally significant to concern yourself with the difficulty of the semantics and context, because that stuff actually stays static for what it's worth. Your studying habits and your learning process don't necessarily have to stay static. And if they do, sometimes complacency, lack of motivation, and diminished return can really play a role, right? Keep those in mind. So 下次再见 and see everyone next time. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy. Catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.